Kulosinde Senator Mgatana.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move order number 11, the report of the Standing Committee on Energy regarding alleged irregularities in the petroleum products supply chain. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the chair of this committee, the Honorable Oburu Oginga, in the way that he has led this committee in coming up with this report. Mr. Speaker, there has been a lot of alleged irregularities in the petroleum products supply chain. Mr. Speaker, complaints have been brought before the committee regarding how petroleum products are not meeting the quality standards that are required. And Mr. Speaker, the Senate Energy Committee embarked on investigations on these matters. Mr. Speaker, after talking and examining various members and various players, which included the big players who supply energy products, petroleum products, we also talked to members who are small players within this area. And Mr. Speaker, many of the people who came before us gave us their version of what has been happening within the petroleum supply chain, within the petroleum supply chain in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we also took time to move to the various areas. In particular, we went to Mombasa, where we had our meetings with the people who operate the oil terminal there. We had a chance to speak with oil marketers. And Mr. Speaker, we also talked to the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. We spoke to the PPRA, Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, and all other relevant regulatory organizations within the oil supply chain. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we noticed was that there was an absence of a clear and coordinated communication strategy by the ministry during the fuel supply crisis, which contributed to uncertainty, speculation, and misinformation regarding the status of national fuel stocks, the quality of petroleum products in the country, and the actions being taken by government. Mr. Speaker, we also took note of the fact that various officials within the oil sector were sent away. Some of them resigned. The committee made various recommendations that were tabled in this report. Mr. Speaker, I will just highlight some of the important recommendations. The first recommendation is that on private sector participation, the committee said that all emergency petroleum procurement frameworks should incorporate clear contractual protections for those compliant suppliers. This was because the Ministry of Energy needs to protect those who are doing the right thing. We did not want our oil marketers who are doing the right thing to be sacrificed. And we said that the ministry ought to engage the various important oil marketers so that they can come with clear arrangement in terms of procurements, and also if disputes arise, there could be proper dispute resolution mechanisms so that we can preserve market confidence, we can also maintain supply stability, and also we can maintain fuel availability in Kenya. We said that the ministry should submit comprehensive progress report to the Senate within the 6 months of adoption of this report by the Senate. The second most important recommendation that we made was that the government should prioritize the restructuring, recapitalization, and strengthening of the National Oil Corporation of Kenya, NOC, as the strategic national petroleum entity with a clear mandate to support national energy objectives. Mr. Speaker, we noticed that in the event of supply disruption, oil supply chain disruption, this country does not have strategic reserves that can last us the standard, international standard, like 6 months. And when we inquired from the players, they said that for them, when they import the fuel, they take that fuel and keep it for purposes of sale. So as a committee, we have said clearly that the Kenya government, no matter how expensive this will be, for purposes of national security, we should adapt the standard of making sure that we have enough product within Kenya that can last us at least 6 months. Right now, what we have is not enough, and it is also not owned by the government of Kenya. We have stocks, but it is not owned by the government of Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, we say that in other countries, in case of oil supply chain disruption, they can go on with what they have as strategic reserves and keep the country moving for a long period of time. But in Kenya, because National Oil Corporation does not have that capacity, then the government of Kenya, through the Department of Petroleum, should now work hard to make sure that this happens, so that Kenya now can become secure in this period of time. And we said that the ministry should submit a comprehensive report to the Senate within the first 6 months of the adoption of this report. Mr. Speaker, another important recommendation that the Senate Energy Committee has made is that we must develop through the Petroleum Department, the national government must develop detailed regulations and operational guidelines that will help in the governing of the invocation of Section 9(3) of the Standards Act, which include the criteria for granting waivers, the documentation required, implementation of protocols, monitoring mechanisms, and reporting obligations. This is because, Mr. Speaker, when we had issues around the quality that was being supplied to Kenyans at that time, our investigation or inquiry revealed that the ministry simply, in exercise of its powers, through the minister, they made waivers to the requirements of standards within the quality of petroleum that is supposed to come into the market in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, there were reported instances where people were associating cars that were blowing up with poor quality fuel supply. And Mr. Speaker, the Energy Committee was of the opinion and made a very strong recommendation that if a waiver is to be made, there must be some protocols, there must be some regulations around governing that power that the minister has to make the waivers, so that we have a reporting system, so that there's a justification and it does not become a matter of executive fiat, that the minister feels that this quality is okay, and then you ignore what the scientists are telling us with bad consequences coming up. So we expect again that within 6 months after the adoption of this report, the Ministry of Energy will come up with those proposed regulations on the quality of fuel and what we should do if we have to do waivers. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, there were several resignations, finally, that we saw. We saw Mr. Mohamed Liban, former PS, State Department of Petroleum, who left office. Mr. Joe Sang, former Managing Director, Kenya Pipeline. We said that Mr. Daniel Kipto, former Director General of Energy Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Mr. Joseph Wafula, former Deputy Director of Petroleum, and Mr. Joel Mburu, former Supply and Logistics Manager, Kenya Pipeline. We said that the whole administrative, disciplinary, or criminal proceedings, should they happen, must be done following the law, and a report be given to this Senate within 60 days. Mr. Speaker, those were some of the recommendations that we gave regarding the irregularities in the petrol product supply chain that we noticed. And Mr. Speaker, I beg to move this report and ask the Honorable Senator, who was then a member of our committee, the Honorable Madam Beatrice Ogola, to second this motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Senator Mugatana, who is seconding? Does yes.
Say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Okay, thank you, the Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Senator Danson Mangatana, for moving that report. And Honorable Speaker, I rise to second this report. I have been a member of the Energy Committee, and I was part of the discussions of the presentations that have been made by Senator Mungatana. Honorable Speaker, in seconding this motion, I want to say that this has been one of the biggest challenges that Kenyans have faced. That was not occasioned by any of our doing, but the country must know that it was occasioned by a war that was far away from us. But because we live in the same space, it was bound to affect our activities, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are many Kenyans and many leaders who sometimes think otherwise and want to portion blame on the leadership of this country, while the leadership of this country really had nothing to do with what occasioned the pressure we have been dealing with in the energy sector, because that was a global challenge. Honorable Speaker, there was an initial panic in the country and elsewhere because, as all of us know, Honorable Speaker, the place of energy in our lives, that with inadequacy in energy, inadequacy and in less access of petroleum products, then it meant that our lifestyle, or we were going to deal with the rising prices of a number of items. I rise to move to second this motion as a proud Kenyan and a proud member of that community, that the leadership of this country was able to stabilize, to put certain measures to stabilize that sector in this country. Honorable Speaker, as Senator Mungatana has moved, the committee was able to deliberate on a number of issues. We had sitting with the heads of this sector. We had sitting with the CS himself, the Honorable Opio Wandai, with the heads of sections that are there, and the committee itself were concerned about a number of things. But the key concern for the committee was, were Kenyans going to access petroleum products? Because then that would have hit us badly. In our meetings, the CS gave us the confidence that measures had been put in place to ensure that even if Kenyans were going to meet the prices of oil, of petroleum products were going to rise, but the government was putting in place measures that would ensure that there was availability of the products and to ensure that the prices would not rise beyond what we expected. Honorable Speaker, there were even propaganda elsewhere at that point, and it concerned the committee. There are people who wanted to paint a picture that our prices were overall higher in the region. With our discussions and the presentations, Honorable Speaker, and I remember the committee chair, none other than Senator Dr. Buru Odinga, who is also widely traveled, that he made a remark and told us that even where in other countries, neighboring countries, where a number of Kenyans felt the products were cheaper, it was reflected that they were cheaper, but they were not available. So the question is, why would we indicate the cheaper, but you have no access to them? So the good thing that we did not have longer periods where Kenyans did not have these services. Honorable Speaker, there were resignations of sector heads, as has been mentioned by the mover, and we got concerned, Honorable Speaker, but in our deliberations we realized that a number of issues around the resignations were under investigations, and so as a committee we did not delve much into that space. The only good thing, Honorable Speaker, is that there was no vacuum. There were office holders and work was going on. At that point, Honorable Speaker, the committee was more concerned about the stabilization of the sector, which I think overall has been achieved, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, as I second, I also want to mention the issue of the oil reserve that the mover has mentioned. That the committee had candid discussion with the head of that sector, and our main concern and advice on those discussions is that as a country, we must revamp NOC and ensure that NOC is capacitated so that as a country, if we are faced with such challenges, we'll be sure that we have some reserve that can take the country for a period of time, even as the sector works on the challenges that are facing it. Honorable Speaker, I am happy that the country is stable, that Kenyans can access in their petrol stations, they can access the petroleum products. And Honorable Speaker, we also advise the ministry, and I think that has been going on, that one of the things that make our people restless is when people don't have knowledge of what is happening and information. And we were able to discuss with the CS Energy that there's a need to brief Kenyans, to inform Kenyans periodically about the progress so that they know where we are coming from, where we are, and where we are going to, and that because that would give Kenyans the confidence and to assure them that the government is in control. And I think, Honorable Speaker, that has been done successfully, and so, Honorable Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Energy regarding alleged irregularities in the petroleum products supply chain, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 14th July 2026. I now open the floor for any senator wishing to contribute to this motion. Senator Chalagay Samson.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to commend the Committee of Energy led by the ODM party leader and the distinguished Senator of Siaya, Dr. Oburu Oginga Odinga, who he said yesterday has been in this parliament for the last 40 years. And I'm told yesterday he declared that he wants to be President William Ruto's running mate in 2027. Yeye anataka power. And it's good we are discussing power. Power matters. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by thanking the committee led by Senator Mungatana for ably moving and my sister, Senator Ogola. I think I want to agree with the committee. There has been hula baloo about the pricing. We are being told, oh, the prices in Uganda, the prices in Tanzania are much lower than Kenya, yet they don't have a port, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy the committee has dismissed that misnomer, because you have to appreciate that the ceiling strength between Uganda and Kenya and Tanzania, we are the giants of East and Central Africa economically in this region. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, you have to appreciate that Aliko Dangote, one of the biggest billionaires, dollar billionaires in Africa, has decided to set an oil refinery in Lamu in the next few months, Mr. Speaker. And you remember there was a suggestion to move it to Tanga, Tanzania. But Aliko Dangote, because of how economically and politically we are stable as a country, has decided to set up oil refinery here in Lamu, called Dangote in Lamu County, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it shows a lot of confidence in investor, Mr. Speaker, on ensuring that we have enough fuel reserves in the country. And I'm happy that team of setting up bipartisan is being led by none other by the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, who has ably chaired and ensured that the process of setting up refinery in Lamu to ensure that we have enough fuel reserves, oil refinery will be chaired by the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, this shows that we should have a lot of confidence, Mr. Speaker, so that when we receive, and I want to agree with the committee, the fuel disruption supply across the globe is not the making of the government or the president. It is the making of the fight that is there between United States of America and Iran over their own geopolitics. And you know, the Strait of Hormuz has been one of the main, I'm told it's almost 30-40% of fuel supply across the country where that Strait of Hormuz in Iran, because of the threats of war. So we must accept that what is happening is way beyond us. You know, it's way beyond us. But I've seen development, and I hope the Minister of Energy is watching, that there is a development that the Oman and the Iran government might work together, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the Strait of Hormuz is open so that the fuel supply across the country, especially East Africa and Africa as a whole, is not big. Mr. Speaker, what only makes me sad, Mr. Speaker, is that we do a lot of oil refinery in Africa, like Nigeria and most of West Africa. Mr. Speaker, yet we have to go and import our oil, which is refined from Saudi Arabia through Aramco. Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate. As Africans, we must believe on ourselves, Mr. Speaker. And I hope the children and your distinguished guests, the students who are here, Mr. Speaker, should believe in Pan-Africanism. Should believe in Pan-Africanism. Because it doesn't make sense that there is oil in Africa, but we go all the way to buy it from Aramco through G2G, government-to-government legal framework of supplying. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the government. I know Senator Ogola has attributed or alluded to that one of the things that assisted the country not to have high price costs of fuel in the country was because of G2G, government-to-government framework that was able to cushion the consumers of this country, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we want to thank the President for having that vision, that foresight of ensuring that we have G2G government. I know many politicians who want just to score political points, including the former chair of budget in the National Assembly and others, and the rudderless and clueless, disunited opposition, have been selling propaganda, Mr. Speaker, that G2G was to benefit individuals. It was not. In fact, G2G cautions Kenyans against the high costs of fuel, be it diesel, be it petrol, be it kerosene, Mr. Speaker. And I know where I come from. When we were growing up, we used to rely on kerosene or paraffin, if you want to see. I know the young ones who are in your public gallery, Mr. Speaker, might not know that those days we used to use paraffin, pressure cook. It was not pressure cooker, pressure lamp. We used to use, there was one we call, Mr. Speaker, where you used to convert the blue band. The blue band you cut, and then you put a string, then you put paraffin inside it, and it was miraculous in the village. In my local language, it was called tamambul. So, Mr. Speaker, in my local language, it was called tamambul. I don't know, but they might, the youngsters at your public gallery might need to visit a museum so that they can understand what we are describing. So we have moved from that to now we have access to electricity, and that is the issue that the kerosene, and I want to thank the government, because most of the Kenyans still rely on usage of kerosene and diesel. Kerosene is still important in households who have not accessed electricity, and I know you, when you are in the Law House and member of National Assembly, you are really pushing for last mile connectivity in terms of electricity, Mr. Speaker. So we are moving from that. Now we are now moving to diesel. And you know, the distinguished Senator Kamari is one of our farmers we are proud of. And she relies heavily on use of diesel. And me as a farmer. So when the price of diesel goes up, it affects even the cost of food production. We need, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's very critical that even as we discuss about the crop failure, especially where I come from, because there has been a prolonged drought, we might have issues of food shortages in the country, and we have been warned that between now and August and September, there might be prolonged drought, especially in semi-arid areas, and rains will begin again in October. So in as much we need a lot of diesel because we use for farm machinery, which, Mr. Speaker, if the cost of diesel, and we thank the President as farmers because the cost of fertilizer, at least, Mr. Speaker, was 2,500. Unlike when President Uhuru Kenyatta left power, he left it at 7,000 shillings. which we receive what we call, Mr. Speaker, fertilizer subsidy program, which was very important in terms of food production, Mr. Speaker. So the issue of fuel is important, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, when you look at Section 10 of Energy Act number 1 of 2019, the role of Energy Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Mr. Speaker, IPRA. I remember the government directed investigations on 4th April 2026 when the MD of Kenya Pipeline resigned and the IPRA Director General also resigned. Mr. Speaker, we want to urge the EACC, the DCI, and other investigative agencies to move with speed so that we are told the reason why the MD, the DG, the MD of Kenya Pipeline, the Director General of IPRA, among other senior officials in procurement, resigned, Mr. Speaker, because it is important that the DCI and other investigative agencies ensure that it is 4 months since April up to now that the investigative agencies have not updated the country on what caused most of this high-level resignation, especially in the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, considering when you look at Section 10 and 11 of the Energy Act on the functions of IPRA is very critical, because one of the functions, Mr. Speaker, is ensuring steady supply of fuel, which this committee was investigating. So we need to be told, with the high-level resignation in the energy sector, did it affect the procurement of fuel, Mr. Speaker? Because the work of IPRA, one of the work of the IPRA is to ensure that there is steady supply of fuel in the energy sector that drives the economy, Mr. Speaker. And I want to appeal, and the EACC and DCI, Mr. Speaker, you know, in this country, we don't want to be treated where you find a matter is investigated for 10 years or 5 years. In fact, the EACC Act, and this is to the counties and people who like stealing from public. The EACC Act, Mr. Speaker, we should recommend any corruption case should and must be prosecuted within 24 months. I don't know whether Senator Mungatana, who is one of the senior lawyers and he was in Pan-Africa Parliament in South Africa, we need to agree that any economic crime case, corruption, or any other must and should be prosecuted within 24 months. So that Kenyans don't blame us, Mr. Speaker, so that Kenyans don't see that when somebody is involved in corruption, they can mark time in courts for 10 years before a conviction is secured. Mr. Speaker, we must be honest as a country, Mr. Speaker. And what is the essence of establishing anti-corruption courts in this country if they cannot prosecute and expeditiously some of these corruption cases, Mr. Speaker? Even concerning governors, Mr. Speaker, we are aware of many governors who have been mark timing in courts for the last many years, Mr. Speaker. Even the allegations that were facing your governor, they impeached Kawira Mwangaza, Mr. Speaker. They were corruption cases. We want to appeal that some of these cases should and must be dealt prompt so that Kenyans can have confidence in judiciary and prosecution. Even I want to urge DPP to stop withdrawing or the cases, especially corruption cases, Mr. Speaker. The DPP, we are aware there are many files for many counties who have been involved in corruption. Like Nandi, Mr. Speaker, there was a payroll fraud. Up to today, you are told by EACC and DPP, you are being told active investigation. Active investigation. Case analysis. File has been forwarded. Those are the 3 keywords in prosecution of corruption cases in this country. It is very unfortunate. And you know, DPP, Mr. Speaker, is an independent body. It is not controlled by anybody. Even the EACC, Mr. Speaker, so we should stop gerrymandering, Mr. Speaker, on the issues of integrity. Under Chapter 6 of Leadership and Integrity Act, a chapter, and Mr. Speaker, I'm happy you are a member of the Lower House when you passed the Leadership and Integrity Act, Mr. Speaker, during your tenure in the Lower House. So we must agree that the investigation to the senior officials in the energy sector must be expeditious. Mr. Speaker, I know there is the principle of innocent until proven guilty, which is okay. But we really want to know as Kenyans what really transpired. If we are told that there was the senior managers in the senior energy sector, facilitate the disruption of supply chain, Mr. Speaker, then they must be held accountable as per the law. I want to thank the government, Mr. Speaker, because you have to appreciate there was also VAT tax costs. And you know, these are things, Senator Mungatana, the mover of this motion, Kenyans are not being told. That it is this parliament and the recommendation of the president, His Excellency President William Ruto, who is talking about Vision 2060, Mr. Speaker, that requested parliament to lower the value-added tax from 16% to 8% to make sure we stabilize the fuel prices in this country, Mr. Speaker. And there was a stabilization fund. I want to thank the government on the road maintenance levy fund that we contribute, Mr. Speaker. The government was able to give stabilization fund of 28.19 billion to stabilize the price of fuel in this country, which is very critical. Mr. Speaker, I've seen there is a proposal to toll Rironi Mau Summit. And you know that is close to me because I come from that region. Mr. Speaker, you have to appreciate that the road maintenance levy fund that was securitized, that was opposed by legacy and populist politicians, Mr. Speaker, including somebody who came and insulted you in your backyard, is the money that is securitized to build road from Wajir, Mogadashe, Kulamawe, Isiolo to Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. It's the same to Rironi Mau Summit, but I want to appeal. I can see at least the three of us come from that region. We should not toll that road, Mr. Speaker. That is the road that covers, and I can see a number of your clerks also come from that region. Why are we tolling that road? And we are not tolling Thika Super Highway. We are not tolling Mau Mau roads. We will resist, Mr. Speaker, and reject. Yes, we say no to any intention to toll Mau Sami Rironi. Mr. Speaker, since we are paid fuel through road maintenance levy fund, that should be enough. Or you remove road maintenance levy fund and toll us. We cannot have second-class citizens in this country. That the people who go to Western, Rironi Mau Summit are told. But the people who go to Mau Mau and Mount Kenya East or West, if you want to define Mount Kenya West or West, it is the business of your region. We don't want to know. But what we are saying, you cannot toll us. We are not children of a lesser God, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we are totally against tolling because it will subject us to double taxation. And I want to say as a representative of the people of Nandi, Mr. Speaker, we will not pay to come to Nairobi through the road, yet we pay taxes in the fuel. So I want to appeal on behalf of many people who I'm speaking to, that the Ministry of Roads and Transport should abandon that idea. It is a stillbirth. You know, Mr. Speaker, women understand this. When you are not able to give birth, it is called stillbirth. So I want to advise that they should avoid that route. Because I know people from Bomet can decide to use Ngong Suswa all the way to Narok. They might not be told. But us who come from that region, Mr. Speaker, we are against. We are against, Mr. Speaker. And we are against. We want to tell the Ministry of Roads and Transport, please abandon that idea. It is not, it is a wrong idea. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of fuel quality, I want to thank the committee. I know there was intention of lowering fuel quality for 6 months, which started on 30th April, Mr. Speaker, 2026. Mr. Speaker, 30th April, 6 months. I hope the committee will be able. Mr. Speaker, my worry is it has been reduced. One, it will be dangerous to environmental impact. Mr. Speaker, if the quality of fuel. Number two, Mr. Speaker, you know, people who drive SUVs, special utility vehicles. Mr. Speaker, if you imagine, if you get low fuel quality and you are driving a V8 or Lexus 600, you know, if it destroys your engine, you might need another 10 million to repair the car. So we must, this low fuel quality. For us who drive Toyota Prado 120, there is no problem. We'll go to Kirinyaga Road or Kawangware and get the Otieno. Mr. Speaker, I will fix it with us for 2,000 shillings, 3,000. My worry is on the 1% who are dollar billionaires in this country. They might suffer. For us, you just go to Kirinyaga Road or Krogon, Mr. Speaker, or Kawangware, get somebody up or a fuller to fix for you, and you are home and dry, Mr. Speaker. So this issue of fuel quality is dangerous for our vehicles, Mr. Speaker. We must be very keen because we don't want to create. Number two is on the issue of fuel impact, which will not, and I want to appeal to the committee, Mr. Speaker, that we ensure that the issue of fuel quality must be addressed. And Mr. Speaker, it goes back to IPRA and the Competition Authority of Kenya and COFEC. These are agencies that ensure that consumers are protected. And I don't know, Senator Mungatana, the mover of the motion, what is the role of Competition Authority of Kenya? They are supposed to protect consumers. Kenya Bureau of Standards, they are supposed to protect us. They are not just there for the sake of there. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the issue that I really wanted, the fuel quality. We must agree so that we don't destroy our vehicles, our environment, and also not good for doing business. Finally, Mr. Speaker, which I had alluded as I conclude on this very critical report, is we want to say we welcome Dangote to set this lamb. And I want to agree. The only way, Mr. Speaker, and I had Senator Ogola and Senator Mungatana alluding to the fact that we need fuel reserves so that if there are global shocks of the magnitude of closure of Strait of Hormuz, what we are seeing in Iran and America and the Oman and the negotiations within the Middle East, Mr. Speaker, importing our oil to be refined elsewhere and then bring it back. If we allow Dangote, Mr. Speaker, to set up our, we will ensure that steady fuel reserve, Mr. Speaker. And finally, this shows also the confidence of the business community in President William Ruto's government, Mr. Speaker. And I think that is very critical, that all investors are welcome. You remember somebody said tourism should not come, Mr. Speaker, which was very unfortunate. We must, Mr. Speaker, allow and show that we have investor confidence in this republic going into the future. Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks and to allow my colleagues to make a comment, I beg to support this report and wish the Energy Committee all the best as they reconstitute. And all who left, including Senator Ogola, we wish you well in other committees. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Senator Chalgei, besides representing the Nguni people of Nandi County, can you also try to familiarize yourself with the terms and conditions of the contract that is handling the loan of Summit Road, so that now you can be able to maybe argue in confidence after looking at the terms and conditions, so that the Minister of Roads does not say they are the ones now putting the toll station, if that is the formula that has built the road. So maybe next time we'll be able to update me on the terms. Therefore, Senators, I have a communication to make on a benchmarking visit by members of the Task Force of Translation of Standing Orders to Kiswahili from the County Assembly of Kilifi. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this morning of a visiting delegation of members of the Task Force. Honorable Senator, do you know the rules of this game of the Senate? You can just freeze wherever you are. I will pardon you because you are just months old in the Senate. So, members of these are members of the Task Force on Translation of Standing Orders to Kiswahili from the County Assembly of Kilifi. The delegation is on a benchmarking engagement on best practices at the Senate. I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. 1, Mr. John Kubada, Director Hansand and Audio Service, end of delegation. Ms. Sally Kalzo, Chief Hansand Reporter. Mr. Omar Chupi, Chief Sergeant at Arms. Mr. Harlon Disipa, Sergeant at Arms 2. Mr. Justin Kalabu, Senior Research Officer. Mr. Lene Mzungu, Research Officer 2. Mr. Elik Ribendi, Second Clerk Assistant. Mr. Kachezi Mwalili, Second Clerk Assistant. Mr. Keith Kisao, ICT Officer. Mr. Hia Toya, ICT Officer. Mr. Rashid Mbeto, Principal Legal Counsel. Ms. Linda Nyamwata, Legal Counsel. Ms. Damali Safari, Public Relations Officer. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to you and wish you a fruitful visit. I thank you. Senator Mngatana, kwa lugha safi ya Kiswahili kutoka Tana River, basi wakaribishe wageni hawa majirani wako kutoka Kilifi County.
Asante Bwana Spika. Kwa niaba ya Spika nataka kusema wageni wetu kutoka kaunti yetu ya Kilifi tunawakaribisha hapa bungeni kwetu Senate. Tunawatakia nafasi nzuri kujifundisha mambo yote ambayo umeyafuata hapa. Sisi tunafurahia sana wakati counties ama mabunge wa magatuzi wanakuja hapa Senate kujifundisha mambo kadha wa kadha. Sisi tunafurahia kwa sababu mapenzi yetu ni kwamba mabunge yetu 47 yanaweza kufanya kazi sawasawa na vile bunge la Senate linafanya kazi. Pia tunataka sana kuona uhusiano wetu kati ya mabunge ya gatuzi na bunge la Senate uzidi kuimarika, na unaimarika ikiwa muda kwa muda tunazungumza, tunafundishana, tunarekebishana ili mabunge yetu yaweze kufanya kazi vizuri. Kwa hayo mengi tunawakaribisha hapa kwetu bungeni Senate. Karibuni sana na tunawaombea wakati mwema wakati mtakuwa hapa kujifunza. Asante Bwana Speaker. Thank you.
Asante. Na kwa niaba ya seneta wa Kilifi ambayo ni mkubwa walio wachache, kiongozi wa wachache katika Senate, na kwa niaba ya mkubwa yangu Speaker wa Senate, na mimi pia nachukua fursa hii kuwakaribisha. Next, Senator Kamar, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to join my colleagues in supporting the report from the Committee of Energy. And I want to support the adoption of this report because of the details that have been brought before us. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee for going even beyond the mandate they were given to give us forward-looking recommendations. Mr. Speaker, as was mentioned by Senator Gerard Gay, I am a farmer, and one of those farmers that really suffered during this season when the diesel price was affected without notice. Mr. Speaker, farmers suffered, notwithstanding the fact that the climate was not very good for farming this year, so they had a double tragedy, that the climate was not good, the diesel price just moved very abruptly, and most farmers were not able to do all the operations that we normally do. So we are actually in danger this year, in danger of food insecurity. And worse still, the farmers are the victims of a lot of things this year, because the inputs they had put in earlier may be higher than what they will get out of the crop. So I looked at the recommendations and I told myself, if these recommendations are implemented the way the committee have articulated, the future will be better in the petroleum sector. Mr. Speaker, one of the key recommendations the committee have given are on the emergency petroleum procurement. And even as we talk of the emergency procurement, we need to ask ourselves, Are we able to predict everything? We know that when we are not able to predict the Hormuz factors and the wars that came in, it is very good to be planning ahead of time. Because one of the things that happened this time is that there was no emergency reserve. So the price just changed because there was no reserve, there was nothing. So the minute we are told the price changes tonight because there is no fuel, there was nowhere to cry to because there was, in fact, almost none at that time. Mr. Speaker, I like one of the strategies on Article 6, the strategic petroleum reserves and national energy security. This one we must establish. We must have a reserve, just the way we have strategic reserves of the food itself for food security. It is very important that we protect our farmers from what they suffered this year because of this. It is good for the government to prioritize actually having reserves that can give us a period, a lead period for a month, at least a month, so that farmers can organize themselves and so that they can even rescue the crops that are on the ground. This time, they were not even able to rescue because things just moved. So I allowed the committee for these recommendations that the government must prioritize the restructuring, recapitalization, and strengthening of the National Oil Corporation of Kenya, NOC. If NOC was as operational as it should be, we would not have gone through that. If we had strategic reserves in this country, we would have had less impact than we had in this time. So my plea is that this report has given timelines. This report is asking the ministry to deal with issues on a timely basis. We have items that are on 6 months, a lot of them are on 6 months, and we hope that the ministry will actually adhere to this. Mr. Speaker, we need sometimes to ask ourselves how we monitor implementation of very good reports like this one that came from Energy. How do we monitor so that we ensure that the relevant ministry actually adheres to that? Although we do not have an implementation committee, and we all agreed that the relevant committee must implement, we hope that this committee will demand, as soon as 6 months is over, for reports. And in most cases, when we demand for these reports, bring the minister right here. Let the CS come and answer to the House. Even if it is something that is coming from the committee should demand that the report be tabled by the CS in the House so that we are able to monitor the progress of the decisions that we have done. So this report has very good recommendations. Recommendations that are futuristic. Recommendations that will change the way we do things in the energy sector. But if we don't implement them, it will be life as usual. We cannot accept that, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the committee because they really combed very nicely. Thank you, Chair of the committee and members of the committee. You actually looked at this sector properly and have given us tangible recommendations. Let us support this report and let us push for the ministry, relevant ministry, to actually implement. I want to support also the arrival of Dangote refineries in Kenya. As a member of the delegation of the Pan-African Parliament, we have been talking about free movement of goods and free movement of persons. We have been talking of AfTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and we are not really seeing tangible movements of goods or investments. We thank God for one African who has decided he's going to invest in the whole continent. And we really pray that the government can facilitate him fully so that we have a refinery that is continentally owned, a refinery that is owned by an African, a refinery that might even deal with the recommendations we are talking about. Because our emergency fuel doesn't have to be in the pipeline. It doesn't have to be in the petrol stations. It can be in the refineries. But most of the refineries that may not be continental may be looking for their money, and they might not even accept to have reserves for us. It will be possible to negotiate with a refinery like this. So we welcome the arrival of Dangote in Kenya, and we pray that they can actually be able to go beyond their usual call of duty to make sure that we stabilize fuel prices and fuel delivery in the continent. So for that, I really support them. It's also our hope that very soon our oil from Turkana County can be refined, can be extracted and refined within the country. Because some of the problems that we are faced, especially in the season that we are talking about, is because of wars that are kilometers and kilometers away from us. And you ask yourself, how can we be depending on nations that are far from us? It is time that we actually go into collaboration. We know Uganda is already drilling, Kenya should be drilling, and if we can have investors that are continental, we'll be able to move. This is the whole reason why we are talking of the African Free Trade Area. Let us see how we can support one another as a continent. Those who have oil, let's see how we can have a pipeline. That takes me to the issue of infrastructure across the continent. Because Nigeria is refining, but we don't have pipelines that are crossing the continent. We need to allow pipelines to flow freely so that even if we are saying the crude oil can be refined in Nairobi, in Mombasa, we should be able to have pipelines that will go to Rwanda, will go to Burundi, and will go to even Congo from a refinery in Mombasa. Infrastructure in this continent is very essential for us to have the free trade area implemented. So, Mr. Speaker, I support, I thank the committee, and my main point is let us monitor the implementation by the relevant ministry. Let's not allow these very good recommendations to remain in this Senate. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. My dashboard and no other member wishing to contribute, but I can see Senator Kolil has just pressed the request button. This is an afterthought. Senator Kolil Joyce.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Sometimes these gadgets gives us a lot of problems in terms of admitting us, but I thank you for getting that opportunity to have a look at it. Being a commissioner doesn't mean you are an implementer. There are those who implement. Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to thank the Committee on Energy for a wonderful report that I've given to this House. I know a number of issues has been raised by the honorable colleagues, bearing in mind, Honorable Speaker, that without petrol or proper handling of petrol, it leads to a lot of shortcomings and a lot of destructions in the country. Honorable Speaker, I know at some point there was an acute shortage of petroleum, which forced a number of dealers to shoot the prices hampering a number of businesses and even the farming in this country, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say that, Honorable Speaker, that if we are going to address these irregularities by deploying the real-time digital tracking of these petroleum, Honorable Speaker, at least we are going to be able to address a number of issues that are affecting the sector, Honorable Speaker. There is also the issues of the reforming the import and procurement frameworks, which I want to believe, Honorable Speaker. I've always said that procurement is something that has been giving us a lot of challenges because of the malpractices that are involved. Bearing in mind, Honorable Speaker, that this is the only way that we are going to get the competitive suppliers and Honorable Speaker, we can be able to address a number of issues that are affecting us, Honorable Speaker. I also want to talk about the issue of strengthening the regulatory oversight and testing, which I want to believe they are the ones also who are supposed to ascertain whether the petrol that is being supplied is up to the standard or not, Honorable Speaker. So I want to thank the committee because if they are going to push for the implementation of this report, I know these issues are going to be addressed. Honorable Speaker, there is also the issue of imposing the strict penalties for those who are doing the multi-practices, Honorable Speaker. If this is going to be taken seriously, if they will impose this, I know we will reduce a number of cartels who are taking advantage of sneaking in substandard petrol to the country, Honorable Speaker, and even the shortcuts that they are using in terms of maybe getting these contracts, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say much, but I just want to thank the committee and support. Thank you.
Now, since there are no other senators willing to contribute, I call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Beatrice Ogola for seconding the motion. I want to thank Honorable Cherargei, Honorable Professor Kamar, Honorable Korir for seconding this motion, for contributing to this motion. Mr. Speaker, as the members were speaking, one of the most important underlying points that was made was that the committee, the Senate Energy Committee, should make follow-up on implementation of the resolutions and the recommendations that this House will adopt. And Mr. Speaker, what I was doing online here is to put it on our page that we should mark the days so that Secretariat will make a point to invite the different organizations against whom recommendations have been made to come and give us progress reports. Mr. Speaker, some of the recommendations are very heavy, including the recommendations that we should have strategic reserves in this country for purposes of making sure there is security of supply of oil products in the country. So, Mr. Speaker, we will do that. I have listened carefully to what the colleagues have said on the plenary of this House. We will share it even in the next sitting of the Energy Committee. I want to thank them again for their very valuable contributions. Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to make an application that for purposes of putting the question to be answered, pursuant to Standing Order 66, Sub Rule 3, we request that be deferred. Mr. Speaker, so we request that you defer the putting of the question. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mungatana. And pursuant to Standing Order 66.3, putting of the question is hereby deferred to the next sitting of the House. Clerk, call the next order, please.
Order number 12, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Energy on its inquiry regarding the handing over of a cooking gas handling facility in Mombasa County to a private firm.
Senator Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Energy on its inquiry regarding the handing over of a cooking gas facility in Mombasa County to a private firm laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 14th July 2026. Mr. Speaker, the Senate Energy Committee sat on the 3rd of June 2025, and they discussed the statement that was sought by the Honorable Okia Omtata regarding the handing over of a cooking gas facility to a private facility. And Mr. Speaker, we agreed that we will go to Mombasa and look at the premises of Kenya Petroleum Refineries Limited so that we can find out from all the players whether in fact there was breach of any law regarding the handing over of that facility so that liquefied petroleum gas could be produced in Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, we engaged the stakeholders. We talked with the Ministry of Energy, we talked with the Treasury, we talked with Kenya Pipeline Company and Kenya Petroleum Refineries Limited. We did this through interviews and submissions, and then we went to Mombasa under the leadership of our chair, Dr. Oburu Oginga, so that we can see whether in fact we were going, the people or the Republic of Kenya was going to lose anything if the site was handed over to the company. So we went there, Mr. Speaker, and saw that the 23.19 acre parcel of land that was given to Asharami Synergy Limited, the whole process was correct. Mr. Speaker, it was not going to interfere with the land that houses the Kenya Petroleum Refineries Limited, because the area where that LPG, liquefied petroleum gas facility, was supposed to be set up was an area that is not useful for any other work. And it was a small part of the entire land that belongs to Kenya Petroleum Refineries Limited. We also found out that the application of the Specially Permitted Procurement Procedure, SPPP, to select Asharami Synergy Limited was conducted in full compliance with Section 114A, Subsection 2, Subsection F of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. So, Mr. Speaker, the approvals from all the multi-agencies, including the National Treasury, the Office of the Attorney General, the National Lands Commissions, they were all obtained in accordance with the law. Mr. Speaker, when we went there to conclude, we found out that if that facility is set up it will keep on track the government target to achieve increasing per capita LPG consumption from 7.5 kg to 15 kg by 2028. Mr. Speaker, the other thing we were informed is that once this facility is set up and then the lease is expired, once the production is done over a period of time, the arrangement was that all the infrastructure that has been put up there will be surrendered back to the government. So, Mr. Speaker, the nation stands to lose nothing from the way we looked at it. And we thought that we are fighting towards increasing consumption of clean energy in Kenya. If this Asharami came and started to produce, it would help in boosting the supplies, it would increase the market players, therefore cooking gas prices might come down, which is our expectation. And Mr. Speaker, may I say that our hope at that time, which was a few months ago, has actually materialized, because we are informed reliably that in fact that construction has been done, and in fact liquefied gas production is going to take place very soon. So our report, therefore, Mr. Speaker, recommends that there is nothing inappropriate that was there in the appointment of Asharami Synergy Limited to start production of liquefied petroleum gas at Kenya Petroleum Refineries Limited land in Mombasa. We also know that there will be employment created there, and the only thing the recommendation said is that the administrative processes required for the development of the allocation should be finalized as soon as possible, and we believe it has, because we have reliably been informed that the processes are completed and they are about to start production. So, Mr. Speaker, we would only insist that all the technical plans and everything that needed to be done in accordance with the recommendations of this report, they should be given and submitted to the committee within 45 days of the adoption of this report. Mr. Speaker, I also want to point out that once we adopt this report, just like the other report, we are going to make sure that the same government agencies that we had engaged, we are going to call them so that we can ensure that actual compliance with the recommendation of the Senate is being carried. But for now, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that we adopt that report and call upon Honorable Cherargei to second this motion. I thank you.
Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, as I beg to second, this is a straightforward matter. What I'm happy that the committee has done is to ensure that the handing over of cooking gas handling to a private firm was within the law. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, under Article 10 on national values and principles of good governance, the rule of law is one of the ingredients of any process. And I think, Mr. Speaker, looking at Chapter 13 on principles of public finance, one of the issues is to ensure transparent and accountable processes. And therefore, looking at the request by the distinguished senator of Okia Omutata, I think he calls himself senator from Busia, and this Sharawe group, Asharami Synergy, which is a subsidiary of Sahara Group in Nigeria, is, Mr. Speaker, follow the law of procurement, and government stands nothing to lose. In fact, This shows investor confidence that we were discussing earlier in the country. We want to encourage investors to establish in this country. We want to ensure that any procurement is above board. Mr. Speaker, with the e-procurement in place, all sectors were followed, Mr. Speaker. I think as a country we should encourage investors. We should be like Rwanda to ensure we don't put unnecessary bottlenecks. We should not politicize investment in this country, Mr. Speaker. Allow, and I think, Mr. Speaker, one of the important, as I conclude, is this public land. The procedure of leasing was followed by Asharami Synergy, Mr. Speaker. The also creation of employment. We know Mombasa and Coast is struggling to access off employment. You remember Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, has 60% of GDP, and every Kenyan would want to come to Nairobi. But how do we ensure there is access of opportunities across the country? By encouraging investors to invest across the country. I think you know, even in your county, I think the Tenwek Hospital, you have to give it through the AGC Church, African Gospel Church, led by Dr. Langat, Bishop, and I know you are people from your region, majority belong to AGC. Those you have to give it to the investment that has happened in that region. So we must encourage investors and call out politicians who want to politicize, Mr. Speaker. I remember the former impeached deputy president wanted to politicize the issue of tourism, Mr. Speaker. And we say, shindwe katika jina la Yesu. Because the tourism sector, Mr. Speaker, I was watching the president of Tanzania, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, Mr. Speaker, speaking about the importance of tourism and why Tanzania is earning a lot. Then an impeach somebody who is visionless, who is agendaless, who does not have a focus, wants to create what we call rumor mongering, village rumor mongering, and scaring away tourists. Yet this country is strategic for tourism. We want to increase. Mr. Speaker, you saw there were 7 million plus tourists in this country. Over 60% come from Kenya. We want to increase to 3-4 million foreign tourists that we have in this country. And therefore, that one was in bad faith. I was shocked even, Mr. Speaker, he later came and supported the Batuk British and said when they move out of, is it like even Anyuki, he retreated. And he was calling them strange names, Mr. Speaker. You know, he was calling them funny, but when he realized he retreated his statement and said he is the one who intervened. And he had made unsubstantiated allegations that there was a demand of $1 billion plus in bribe to allow the Batuk to still train in Kenya. But I want to thank the Committee of National Security in the National Assembly for insisting that even if these soldiers have to train in Kenya, they must follow the local laws. Because we have lost lives in that region. We have seen women being raped, Mr. Speaker. We have seen children being born and no one is taking care of them, Mr. Speaker, by soldiers. There is no problem to procreate. God gave us opportunity to come to this world and fill them and give birth and procreate. We are not objecting that the British should not procreate with the Kenyan women. They should, but they should follow the law. If you get a child, you must take care of that child. And I want to appeal to CS Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi to ensure we have a framework that when somebody gives, procreates, or the child is given by a British soldier, we follow them, and they must pay for the child upkeep. I think that is what is important. You know, our women are not procreating machines where you just come, you sleep with them, they give birth, and then you run out. We want to deal with deadbeat fathers, both internationally and locally, so that we can move on as a country. Mr. Speaker, I think with those many remarks, I want to thank the committee and support this report. Let us allow Asharami Synergy to set up their project, their plan there. Let us get cheap cooking cars so that women also do not need to suffer with the, Mr. Speaker, when we are growing up, in conclusion, you know, when we used to go for lunch at this hour from Cheptarit Primary School somewhere in Mosori at Nandi, I used to get my mother. I could not see my mother in the kitchen because there is too much smoke in use of firewood, Mr. Speaker, and our mother suffered. If our mothers greet you, you think they are sandpaper, Mr. Speaker, because they are struggling, Mr. Speaker. With those many remarks, because we want to move with other issues, we want women to have a clean cooking gas. And the only way is to encourage more gas plants so that our women do not suffer with smoke. Apart from suffering physically, they suffer also lungs, Mr. Speaker. The food quality is not very good because it's not well cooked. And Mr. Speaker, we want everybody to eat well in this country. With those many remarks, I beg to second this report of the Energy Committee.
Honorable Senators, I now wish to propose the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Energy on its inquiry regarding the handing over of a cooking gas handling facility in Mombasa County to a private firm laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 14th of July, 2026. Now, members, this motion is available for contributions by members, and I will invite Senator Joyce Korir. I can see you have made a request on my dashboard, so you may go first on your contributions to the motion. Senator Joyce.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to thank the committee on this report. It's still the Committee on Energy on the inquiry regarding the handing over of a cooking gas handling facility in Mombasa County. Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that, Honorable Speaker, I think one of the things that we embrace as a government is giving room to investors to invest in this country so that at the end of the day, we can also be able to get opportunities for our youths, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you remember one of the blueprints pillars, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of innovation and industrialization, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that being a mother, Honorable Speaker, I know the consequences of using the firewood and using the cars. And Honorable Speaker, this private investor, Honorable Speaker, who has seen the need to install the cars, the cooking cars in Mombasa, Honorable Speaker, should be given room, Honorable Speaker. It's only the duty of the government and the county government to make sure that they have the requisite documentation. They follow the procedures in terms of acquisition. They also use the right chemicals in terms of producing the said cars, so that at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, we also avoid harming the lives of the Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, without far much ado, I want to support the report. Thank you.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion on clean energy, on provision of cooking gas. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first let me say that the government of Kenya today, led by President William Ruto, is the most transformative administration we've seen, Honorable Speaker, in terms of the welfare of citizens in matters health and provision of clean energy. Honorable Speaker, for those who have not suffered the consequences of our mothers cooking with firewood, in some places cooking with dry cow dung, cooking with charcoal, Honorable Speaker, they may not understand the seriousness of this matter. In fact, a majority of our mothers, any mother in rural Kenya, aged 70 years and above, are actually suffering an ailment that affects the heart, that affects the respiratory, because of the many years of exposure to smoke, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, it's only reasonable for the government of Kenya to provide an enabling environment for investors who can invest in cooking gas that is going to provide clean energy for our mothers, for our wives, for our daughters, Honorable Speaker, not just to be able to cook using clean energy, but also, Honorable Speaker, as a means of prevention of heart diseases that our mothers have suffered from for many years. Honorable Speaker, I therefore support the investment by the private investor in establishing a cooking gas plant in the coastal part of this nation, Honorable Speaker. And we therefore want to ask the county governments in that region to support this investor, to mobilize the residents, to do proper sensitization so that this project can take off within the shortest time without any hitches, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, besides the provision of clean cooking energy, there is opportunity for Kenyans to get employment. We all appreciate that one of the biggest pressure that we have as a nation now is how to create employment for many young people. This is an opportunity, Honorable Speaker, that will provide employment for a number of young people in the country, Honorable Speaker, and therefore we support this investment, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, finally let me say that as leaders in this nation, elected or not elected, or formally elected, impeached or not impeached, Honorable Speaker, we should be responsible in our statements, particularly on what would greatly affect our economy, affect our livelihoods, Honorable Speaker, so that in the work of politics, we don't make reckless statements that puts the investment environment of this nation into jeopardy. I therefore want to support this motion and say the Energy Committee of the Senate has done a fantastic job in clearing and supporting this investment. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Senators, there is no other member who is queuing to support or contribute to this motion, and I will therefore call upon the mover, Senator Mungatana, to reply.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Cherargei for seconding this motion. I want to thank the Honorable Senator Korir for supporting this motion. I want to thank the Honorable Senator Mandago for supporting this motion. Mr. Speaker, the provision of adequate LPG gas, as we said, is a practical thing. And it has been demonstrated through the submissions on the floor of this House that allowing the private player to come into Kenya so that they can increase the provision of liquefied petroleum gas is not a statistic, is not a joke, it's a reality. Our mothers have suffered through the smoke, through cooking with charcoal, through cooking with firewood, through cooking with dried cow dung. And now we are moving into a new era where the new mothers are going to be having clean cooking gas because of the decisions that we made under the administration of Dr. William Ruto in this administration. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues for supporting and emphasizing the need for us to make follow-up on the recommendations. And Mr. Speaker, what I have done is to post on our page as the Energy Committee that the Secretariat must keep track on the timings, on the months, because after 6 months, we would like to see implementation reports on the decisions and the recommendations that this Senate has made through the Energy Committee. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply. And Mr. Speaker, I want to make an application that pursuant to Standing Order 63, Sub-Rule 3, that the putting of the question be deferred to another day. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mugatana. Putting of the question to the motion is hereby deferred to the next sitting of the House. pursuant to Standing Order 63. Now, honorable members, I will rearrange the order for purposes of convenience of the House and to transact business in order number 9. Clerk, call out order number 9.
Order number 9, the Livestock Protection and Sustainability Bill, Senate Bills number 32 of 2024, second reading.
Senator Dr. Lelengwe, you may proceed to move the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Orders 1461, I rise to move that the Livestock Production and Sustainability Bill 2024, Senate Bills number 32 of 2024, be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, sir, this bill seeks to address critical vulnerabilities in Kenya's livestock sector, particularly in the face of recurring droughts and climate-induced challenges. Mr. Speaker, sir, devolution, as enshrined in our Constitution, has empowered counties to manage agriculture, including livestock. Mr. Speaker, sir, under Part 2 of the 4th schedule, yet the sector remains exposed. Arid and semi-arid lands covering approximately 80% of Kenya landmass and home to about 36 to 38% of population holds over 70% of the national livestock, but suffer a brunt of environmental shocks. Mr. Speaker, sir, regions supports the livelihoods of millions of pastoralists for whom livestock is both economic assets and cultural heritage. Mr. Speaker, sir, the livestock sector contributes approximately 12% to the national GDP and employs about 50% of agricultural workforce, that is according to Kenya National Bureau of Standards and IRRIL data. It directly sustains over 10 million people. However, recurrent droughts, fodder and water shortages, disease outbreaks, and market vulnerabilities continue to threaten foundations of this sector. Honorable Speaker, 2020-2023 drought, I think you remember, the worst in the Kenyan history over 40 years. According to the National Drought Management Authority, claimed over 2.6 million livestock, triggered acute food insecurity for millions, and inflicted massive economic losses in the country. Climate Models Project marked a rise in drought frequency and severity by 2050. The Sahel region's temperatures rise is projected to rise up by 1.7 to 3.5 degrees centigrade, risking significant declines in livestock productivity without urgent intervention. The bill therefore seeks to rectify these gaps by providing a clear, clause-by-clause legal framework for protection, sustainability, and resilience in this sector. Honorable Speaker, sir, specifically in Part 2 of the bill, that is clause 4 to 5, clause 3 to 4, clearly delineates the complementary roles of the national and county government. Clause 3 mandates the Cabinet Secretary to formulate national policies on livestock management, disaster mitigation, and feed reserve strategies to establish the National Livestock Feeds Reserve. To collaborate with the counties on standards for pasture and water management, and to provide technical assistance. Specifically, Clause 4 in turn requires each county executive committee member responsible for livestock to develop, implement protection strategies aligned with national policy, promote sustainable farming practices, monitor feed risk, and establish county-level strategy. Reserves maintain a data management systems, collaborate with stakeholders to facilitate water access and insurance risk farmers to markets, enforce standards established for the banks, conduct capacity building, and work with the national government on emergency measures.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Chairperson Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Notice of motion, report on the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on Stakeholder Forum on the challenges facing the sector, held at Mabanga Agricultural Training College in Bungoma County on 26 May 2026. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Fisheries on Stakeholder Forum on the challenges facing the sugar sector, held at Mabanga Agricultural Training College in Bungoma County on 26 May 2026, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 5th August 2026, Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Senator Catherine Muma.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that aware that Article 43D of the Constitution guarantees every person the right to clean and safe water in adequate quantities and to reasonable standards of sanitation, cognizant that under the 4th schedule to the Constitution, county governments are responsible for county water and sanitation services, while national government is responsible for water resources management, policy and regulation under the Water Act 2016, and the National Water Policy provide the framework for universal, equitable, and sustainable access to water and sanitation services, thereby requiring effective intergovernmental coordination to ensure equitable access to such services. Concerned that despite the existing constitutional, legal, and policy framework, many residents of informal settlements in Nairobi County continue to experience inadequate, unreliable, unsafe, and unaffordable access to water and sanitation services due to inadequate infrastructure, weak implementation, and insufficient investment in water supply and sanitation infrastructure and service delivery. Appreciating that expanding water and sanitation infrastructure, strengthening public-private community partnerships, and promoting community participation can significantly improve access to affordable, safe, and sustainable water and sanitation services within informal settlements. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the Nairobi City County Government, through the Nairobi City Water and Sewage Company, in collaboration with the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, the Athi Water Works Agency, the Water Resource Authority and other relevant authorities, 1, develops and implements a county water and sanitation improvement plan with clear targets, timelines, and financing for expanding water and sewerage services to informal settlements. 2, strengthens water supply infrastructure, sewage networks, and sanitation facilities while promoting appropriate low-cost and innovative service delivery models. 3, establishes transparent regulatory and consumer protection measures to curb illegal water connections, exploitation through informal water vending, inflated tariffs, and unsafe water supply practices. And 4, deploys in collaboration with the Water Resources Authority adequate financial, technical, and institutional resources to restore and protect urban rivers and water catchment areas within Nairobi City County through strengthened enforcement against pollution, rehabilitation of riparian ecosystems, and sustained investment in water resource protection so as to ensure a reliable and sustainable supply of clean and safe water to all residents of Nairobi City County. Senator Catherine Muma, MP. Honorable Speaker, shall I proceed with the next? No,
What are you holding?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Is it a notice?
No, it is not. Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Then you'll await till we call the order. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 52-1. The Honorable Senator for Nandi County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Statement on the outstanding performance of Team Kenya at the 2026 Commonwealth Games Glasgow in United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, I raise pursuant to Standing Order 52-1 to make a statement on a matter of national concern, namely the outstanding performance of Team Kenya at 2026 Commonwealth Games held in Glasgow, Scotland. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenya once again demonstrated its sporting excellence on the international stage, with Team Kenya securing 12 medals comprising 3 gold, 4 silver, and 5 bronze medals. The performance was headlined by exceptional displays in athletics, where Kenyan athletes reaffirmed the country's place among the world's leading sporting nations. Mr. Speaker, sir, Edmund Serem delivered one of the most remarkable performances at the Games by winning gold in men's 3,000 meters triple chase. His victory was even more sweet and significant by an extraordinary all-Kenyan podium sweep, with Simon Kiprop Koech taking silver and Leonard Kipkemoi Bett securing bronze. The achievement gave Kenya an historic clean sweep of all 3 medals in the event and demonstrated the remarkable depth of talent that continues to exist in Kenyan athletes. Matthew Kipchumba Kipsang added another gold medal for Kenya in the men's 5,000 meters, further reaffirming the country's enduring strength in middle and long distance running. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the women's 3,000 meters triple chase, Faith Cherotich, a newcomer, further underlined Kenya's dominance by winning gold and setting a new Commonwealth Games record. Her performance was a powerful demonstration of both individual excellence and continued strength of Kenya's tradition in both men and women's triple chase. Mr. Speaker, sir, the achievements extended beyond the gold medals. Stephen Ndangiru Kihu won silver in the men's 10,000 meters race walk, while Diana Wanza secured silver in the women's 10,000 meters, and Lillian Odira, I think comes from Migori, where Senator Eddie comes from, took silver in the women's 800 meters. Wycliffe Kinyamala added bronze medal in the men's 800 meters, while Timothy Cheruiyot secured bronze in the men's 1 mile. Irene Chepkemboi also claimed bronze in the women's javelin, demonstrating Kenya's ability to compete successfully beyond its traditional distance running events. Mr. Speaker, and this is the first female women javelin that has won as a country. Joshua Amunga Mboya's bronze medal in the men's 60 kilos weight lifting event was also equally significant. His achievement broadened Kenya's medal contribution beyond athletics and demonstrated the potential for Kenyan athletes to excel in other sporting disciplines when given the requisite opportunity, preparation, and support. Mr. Speaker, sir, these achievements are a source of immense national pride. The historic clean sweep in the men's triple chase, Faith Cherotich's record-breaking victory, the gold medal performance of Matthew Kipsang, and the strong showcasing across range of other events reflecting the discipline, resilience, talent, and determination of Kenyan athletes. These are not merely individual accomplishments, they are national triumphs that have brought honor to our flag and demonstrated the extraordinary potential of our young people. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is therefore imperative that the success of Team Kenya be met more with an applause. Our athletes deserve appropriate recognition and reward for their achievements, as well as sustained investment in their welfare, training, coaching, medical support, preparation for international competition. The government must ensure the athletes who bring honor to Kenya are supported throughout their careers, and their contribution in awards and other things should not be taxed by KRA, so that they can add to our national identity is properly acknowledged. So, Speaker, sir, finally, the performance of Team Kenya in Glasgow, Scotland should also inspire renewed investment in sports infrastructure and talent development across the country. And I want to applaud the President for the ongoing study being done across the country, including Raila Odinga Talanta Stadium here in Nairobi. We must also strengthen talent identification at the grassroots, improve sporting facilities, invest in qualified coaches, and create clear pathways through which young athletes can progress from local competition to international stage. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you.
Now, request for statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. The Honorable Senator Betty Montet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have a request for statement on the impact of industrial air emissions from cement and steel manufacturing companies in the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of nationwide concern regarding the impact of industrial air emissions from cement and steel manufacturing companies in the country. Mr. Speaker, cement and steel production in Kenya plays a significant role in economic development through job creation, revenue generation, regional trade, and support for government initiatives such as affordable housing. However, this can I be protected, Mr. Speaker?
Senator Boni, take your seat.
Thank you. However, these industries also present environmental and public health concerns, particularly through air pollution, reduced feasibility, respiratory illness, and ecosystem degradation in areas hosting such facilities. These facilities including Machakos, Kajiado, and coastal counties. This raises questions regarding compliance with environmental laws, emission standards, and licensing conditions, as well as the effectiveness of the National Environmental Management Authority, NEMA's, monitoring and enforcement mechanisms. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the real-time monitoring mechanisms employed by the National Environmental Management Authority, NEMA, on continuous and unlawful dust emissions from the manufacturing plants beyond scheduled annual audits. 2, the measures by the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry to address public concerns regarding nighttime emissions and excessive particulate pollution from cement and steel industries. Number 3, the coordination mechanisms between the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry and the Ministry of Health in conducting health assessments and studies for communities living adjacent to cement and steel plants. Lastly, the measures adopted to ensure that environmental and social impact assessments for new or expanding cement and steel plants adequately incorporate community participation, concerns, and consent during project approval processes. Senator Betty Montet, nominated senator. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator for Nairobi City County, the Honorable Edwin Sifuna.
Speaker, I have a request for statement on the plight of farmers in Nzoia and other sugar companies countrywide. I just want to issue a caveat that I requested for this statement before the report from the Committee on Agriculture on the stakeholder engagement at Mabanga. And Chair, I don't understand why. You know, I've already been removed from the Public Accounts Committee, but I've not been added to the Agriculture Committee. Why is it more efficient to remove people than to add people to WhatsApp groups? I don't understand. Speaker, I rise pursuant to standing
order. Senator Fernandi. The honorable member is simply seeking to be added to his new role. You may proceed, Honorable
Thank
Senator.
you, Speaker, for that protection. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of countrywide concern regarding the plight of sugarcane farmers at Nzoia Sugar Company in Bungoma County and across other sugar companies nationwide. Mr. Speaker, sugarcane farmers continue to face historical arrears, delayed payments, corruption in access to harvesting permits, and poor welfare support. These persistent challenges, particularly at the Nzoia Sugar Company, where farmers and residents who are major stakeholders in the well-being of the facility have been forced to resort to regular protests due to despondency, eroded livelihoods, and undermined confidence in the sustainability of the factory. Such is the plight of the contracted cane farmers across the sugar sector countrywide. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number 1, when perennial arrears and delayed payments to sugarcane farmers will be cleared and the measures in place to guarantee timely future disbursements. Secondly, how regulatory oversight will ensure leaseholders remain responsive to community, farmer and employee needs, including fair labor practices and adequate remuneration. Thirdly, the steps being taken to eliminate corruption in the issuance of cane harvesting permits and ensure equitable access for contracted farmers. And lastly, Honourable Speaker, how the welfare of local communities who donated land for the factories and estates will be safeguarded, ensuring they benefit from improved milling, jobs and sustainable development. With your kind permission, Mr. Speaker, I would want to take the next statement.
You may proceed.
Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights and Foreign Relations on a matter of nationwide concern regarding the voting rights of serving police and other security officers. Mr. Speaker, Article 38 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 guarantees every citizen the right to make political choices, including the right to vote by secret ballot in a free, fair and regular election. However, during elections, thousands of police officers and other security personnel are deployed away from their registered polling stations to provide security services, effectively denying them the opportunity to exercise this fundamental constitutional right. With advancements in electoral technology and the existing mechanisms that facilitate voting by Kenyans in the diaspora, it is imperative that appropriate arrangements be explored to ensure that serving security officers deployed outside their registered polling stations are not disenfranchised solely by virtue of their official duties. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the legal, policy and administrative measures being undertaken by the State Law Office in collaboration with the IEBC and other relevant agencies to ensure that the police and other security officers deployed away from their registered polling stations are able to exercise their constitutional right to vote. Number 2, the measures to guarantee that security officers exercising their right to vote freely, fairly and by secret ballot without intimidation, coercion or undue influence from the chain of command or any other person. And finally, whether the security officers required to travel to their registered polling stations to vote will be provided with adequate logistical and administrative support, including transport and sufficient time off duty to enhance voter participation without compromising election security. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Senator Mwenda Gataya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and the Intergovernmental Relations on a matter of national concern regarding the status of pending county development projects initiated before September 2022. Mr. Speaker, sir, while devolution was intended to ensure the prudent use of resources and the community in service delivery, the frequent abandonment and inherited projects during leadership transitions undermine this goal. The prioritization of the new legacy initiatives over existing ones has resulted in a waste of billions in taxpayers' funds, leaving citizens with incomplete and underutilized infrastructure. In the statement, Honorable Speaker, the committee should address the following. One, the committee should look at the current status of all stored or abandoned projects initiated before September 2022, including specific reasons for the abandonment. Two, Honorable Speaker, the committee should also look at the budgetary provisions and projected completion schedules for these pending projects within 2026-2027 financial year and subsequent financial years. Number three, Honorable Speaker, the committee should also look at regulatory frameworks and monitoring mechanisms in place to ensure continuity and prioritization of inherited projects and prevent waste during leadership transitions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is Senator Mwenda Gataya, Mofire, CBS Member of Parliament, Senator for the Rakadith. Thank you.
Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Placed a request for a statement on the regulatory failures to safeguard River Yala from environmental and ecological risks posed by illegal gold mining activities. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of national concern regarding the regulatory failures by the Ministry of Mining and the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, to safeguard River Yala from the environmental and ecological risks posed by illegal gold mining activities. Mr. Speaker, sir, mechanized dredging of River Yala by foreigners undertaking alluvial mining was a major issue raised by residents of Isulu Bushangala during a public hearing conducted by the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on 29th June 2026 at Bushangala Secondary School in Ikolomani constituency, Kakamega County. During the meeting, the Principal Secretary in charge of mining, Mr. Kimtai, asserted that the Ministry of Mining has taken steps to halt the mining operations. The ongoing gold mining activities in River Yala by foreign nationals has exposed regulatory failures by the relevant authorities, particularly the Ministry and NEMA. Communities in Kolomani along River Yala continue to face contamination of water that serves as their source of livelihood, as well as the activities, as well as the destruction of riverbanks and adjoining farms. Left unchecked, the mining activities pose grave risks to River Yala and the Yala swamp wetlands, including toxic contamination, siltation, biodiversity loss, and downstream threats to Lake Victoria. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the circumstances surrounding the facilitation of foreign-led alluvial gold mining operations along the Yala River, and one, whether the mining entities are operating pursuant to all the approval and licensing requirements of the Ministry of Mining and the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA. Whether the mining entities have the requisite approvals and licenses. Where the mining entities have the requisite approvals and licenses, one, when the applications were submitted to the ministry and the names of the proprietors of the mining ventures. B, when public participation was conducted in respect of those mining activities. C, who issued the licenses authorizing the mining activities when they were issued and the duration for which they were issued. D, the conditions attached to the licensing of the alluvial gold mining and drenching of River Yala, and D, E, whether all relevant approval and licensing documentation can be availed to the Senate. Number 2, whether the relevant laws and processes were followed during the establishment of the alluvial gold mining operations, and in particular, 1, whether the dredging machinery was lawfully imported into the country. 2, where the machinery was lawfully imported from, who authorized its importation, when the authorization was granted, and the circumstances under which it was granted, and B, whether all relevant importation and clearance documentation can be availed to the Senate. 3, how long the alluvial gold mining activities have been operational in River Yala and the quantity of gold mined during the period. 4, the amount of revenue, license fees, levies, and royalties paid to the government from the alluvial gold mining activities in River Yala. 5, the action taken against foreign nationals and companies involved where the alluvial gold mining operations were unlawful. 6, mercury use controls being implemented to address toxic contamination measures to address the situation and threats to the Yala Swamp wetlands and Lake Victoria fisheries, including harm to the health of persons in the affected communities. And 7, the disciplinary or legal action taken or proposed to be taken against officials found to have facilitated illegal licensing or failed to enforce environmental regulations along River Yala. Senator Catherine Muma, nominated senator. Thank you.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a request for a statement on the implementation of the Magalani Busho Kilibasi water project in Kwale County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 531 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the implementation and operational status of the Magalani to Busho to Kilibasi water project in Makinon Road, Ward in Kwale County. Mr. Speaker, sir, the county government of Kwale implemented the above water project during the 2024-2025 financial year at an estimated cost of Kenya shillings 96 million to improve access to potable water. Despite this investment, residents of Mgalani, Busho, Kilibasi, Kaseve, and neighboring villages continue to experience acute water shortages, while several water kiosks constructed under the project remain non-operational. In the statement, the committee should address the following issues. Number 1, the implementation status of the water project, stating the approved scope of works, total project cost, procurement process undertaken, the contractor engaged, amount paid, and whether the project has been completed and commissioned. Number 2, whether the pipeline was upgraded from 3-inch to 6-inch pipes in accordance with the approved designs, the bills of quantities and technical specifications, including the findings of the inspections, quality assurance tests, and technical audits conducted. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, the reasons residents of Mgalani, Busho, Kilibasi, Kaseve, and neighboring villages continue to experience inadequate water supply, including the number and operational status of water kiosks constructed under the project and the timelines for making them fully operational. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, the measures to address concerns regarding the procurement and budgetary implementation of the project, including the findings of audits taken and action taken against any officers or contractors found responsible for any irregularities. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the immediate and long-term measures to provide residents of Makinon Road with sustainable, reliable, and equitable access to clean and safe water. U.S. William, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, before I allow comments on the statements that have been sought, allow me to make this communication. I would like to acknowledge the presence of a visiting delegation of 5 teachers and 52 students from Nyali in Mombasa County who are seated in the public gallery. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. Now, on behalf of the Senate, on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. Also, I'd wish to acknowledge the presence of a visiting delegation of 8 teachers and 116 students from Kabianga Comprehensive School in Kericho County, who are seated in the public gallery today. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate, on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. Further, I wish to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of students from Starehe Boys Center and School, Loreto Convent Valley Road, and Alliance High School, who are undertaking a 1-week service in the Senate under the School Voluntary Service Scheme, VSS. The Voluntary Service Scheme aims to provide students with an opportunity to gain first-hand knowledge and work experience of how Parliament functions, including the legislative process and deeper understanding of governance. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming guests to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I wish them a fruitful visit. I will request Honorable Maanzo to extend a word of welcome to the delegation, the VSS delegation. I will also request Honorable Mwenyehaji Faki, Senator for Mombasa, to extend a word of welcome to the delegation from Mombasa, and also the Nandi Senator to extend a word of welcome to the delegation from Kericho County, in that order, each speaking for less than a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome the delegation from Starehe Boys Center, and on behalf of Senator Mugatana, who went to Alliance High School, and yourself, truly, Mr. Speaker, the delegation from Alliance Boys High School, and want to wish all the students, when they are doing the voluntary service here, to learn and to interact with the members. I had an opportunity to meet them just before they came into the Senate. We want to encourage them, and we'll be meeting them quite regularly, Mr. Speaker, so that they can learn. And I wish them well. I know they're hardworking and they're going to pass well in school. I wish that one day, all of them, the way they are seated there, will sit in this house as senators. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Faki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to join you in welcoming the Nyali Comprehensive School, one of the best schools in the county of Mombasa. In the recent past, there have been some problems, but now the problems are over, and now they are back into the academic forum. Mr. Speaker, allow me to reserve the 30 seconds remaining to Senator Asige, because she's an alumni of the school. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Asige. Crystal.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to my head of delegation, Senator Faki, for the opportunity to also welcome Nyali Comprehensive School. Indeed, Speaker, I am an alumni of the school. I was at the school when it was called Mombasa Parents Club, and my father, Senior Counsel Japhet Asige, was actually a chairperson of the board in 88 to 89, and his name is somewhere on the walls of the school. So greetings from myself, greetings on behalf of my father as well, and I really do wish you a pleasant visit to the Senate. And I was also there, Speaker, severally last year, supporting them with their sports day, supporting them with activities with regard to technology, facilitated gender-based violence, and I hope that they recognize me, and if they were not part of those groups that I was meeting with last year and throughout this year, I pray that I will get another opportunity to meet this group as well. But in the meantime, welcome to the Senate. I hope that you do learn a lot from us, and that maybe some of you, if interested to be here, will also follow in the footsteps of myself and Senator Faki of Mombasa County. I thank you.
Senator Fernandi.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf, I want to extend a warm welcome to Kabianga Comprehensive School in Kericho County, which is my neighboring rural county, and to welcome them on behalf of their senator, who is the majority leader of the House, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot Kipkirui, to warmly welcome them and assure them that the country we have is a country of equal opportunities. If you work hard, you work smart, and be God-fearing. We wish you the best, and may the Lord continue to bless you. Be disciplined, be focused, and you will get a chance to serve in this country. Mr. Speaker, I extend a warm welcome. I thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm told he's an alumni of Kabianga School, so Senator Mogeni, you may take to the floor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, indeed I confirm that I'm an alumni of Kabianga High School. That's where I did my A-levels from 5, from 6. So I extend a hearty welcome, Mr. Speaker, sir, to the students of Kabianga High School in Kericho. Mr. Speaker, I enjoyed one of the best environments in Kabianga High School as a student, and I'm here now as a senator. I hope the students from Kericho, Mr. Speaker, will continue making the name of Kabianga to continue shining, Mr. Speaker. I wish them well in their visit to the Senate and urge them to continue working hard. They are our future leaders, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Loreto Convent Valley Road and Starehe Boys Center School are in Nairobi County, and therefore I will request the Senator for Nairobi City County to extend his welcome.
I thank you, Speaker. Over the past 4 years, we've received quite a number of delegations from Nairobi, and they insist that they be introduced or welcomed to the Senate by their senator, so that even if Senator Maanzo went to Starehe, he still remains a rural senator, and they insist on being invited by the city county senator. I take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, because these two schools need no introduction. They are centers of excellence, to welcome these students. And I was asking myself, Speaker, because in your communication you always say that they are here to also follow our legislative business. I don't know if the clerks make available, for instance, the order paper, so that they can follow where we are in the proceedings of the day, so that they know when you call out questions and statements, that's why people are asking these questions that are being asked. But I hope that in the future the Senate can make it a more interactive process, so that these students who visit us can have a wholesome experience here. So I welcome them, and even though Alliance is in the neighboring Kiambu County, I will want to extend that invitation to them as well, although I didn't go to Alliance, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Order, Senator Fernandi. Did you go to Alliance? Order, 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 honorable senators. Can we settle that debate? You went to good schools, honorable senators, so let's leave it there. Now we'll move to comments. I will allow comments for not more than 15 minutes. If you get an opportunity to speak, kindly do so for less than 3 minutes. The Honorable Mudhama Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to comment on the statements, and I'll start with a statement for Senator Betty Montet about the industrial air emissions from the cement and steel manufacturing companies in our country. Mr. Speaker, I'll comment about the emissions and pollution caused by the cement and steel companies in Athi River, in Mavoko sub-county, in Machakos County. Mr. Speaker, we are having so many people who are sick, and I'm just requesting that the committee which will deal with this statement can bring NEMA to task and ask them what they are doing about what the companies, why the companies are not following the law that rule them about emission and pollutions. We are having so many people who are sick, and yet these people are just busy making money, and these people are getting sick and they have no money. When they go to hospital, they have to struggle to see what they will do. Many of them have died, Mr. Speaker, because of sicknesses and illnesses that are caused by the pollution of this cement and stews. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this statement and tell the committee to really work on NEMA and Ministry of Health also, so that they can put everything in order and our people can live peacefully and healthy in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni Halwale.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue raised by Senator Catherine Muma about a dredging machine that is doing gold mining in Ribayala, aka Ribalukose, in Ekolomani and Shinyalu, is very serious. Mr. Speaker, for a long time, I have refused to make a public pronouncement on this dredging machine because I know the amount of insecurity it can visit those foreigners the moment I say I don't want them. I want to tell the PS in charge of security, Raymond Omolo, to instruct assistant chiefs and chiefs to stop protecting those foreigners because, Mr. Speaker, at the end of 7 days from today, those foreigners will not be allowed to be in that river. Not by the state, but by us, because the law says those foreigners cannot be admitted. Mr. Speaker, we were quiet.
Senator Boni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Boni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order, Senator Fernandez. I've keenly followed you. You're one of the seasoned senators in this chamber. And you have said that in 7 days, those foreigners will not be there. Not because of the state, not because of government, but because of you. Where do you draw that authority from?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me in response to draw your attention to the Constitution of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, Article 60, 61, and specifically, if you allow me to read so that I'm not misunderstood by the people who believe in twisting us. The Constitution says in 61 that all land in Kenya belongs to the people of Kenya, either collectively as a nation, as communities, and as individuals. Mr. Speaker, the area I'm speaking to, all the land is alienated. It belongs to individuals. If the state cannot protect our property, we will not sit back and watch as thieves walk away with our property. Members of the public, Mr. Speaker, with the
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment on the statement.
Now, order, honorable senators. Senator Boni, you're out of order. You're totally out of order. Kindly withdraw your last statement. The statement that is attributable towards the chair. The chair. So
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Retract that.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to retract that statement on condition that you allow me to conclude the issue of this dredging machine.
Retract the statement first and don't give the chair conditions.
Mr. Speaker, without any conditions, I'm retracting, and I beg that you allow me to speak to the Internal Security Ministry to know what we are going through.
Okay, take your chair.
Thank you.
Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat, Senator Boni. Senator Manzo, proceed.
Thank you.
Senator Boni, I give you the caution of the day. You proceed with that conduct, I'll ask you to leave the chamber. You have no leave to speak. Just take your seat. Senator Joyce, kindly. Senator Fonandi, I will throw you out if you don't desist from that conduct. Yes, Senator Boni, just take your seat, please. Senator Manzo, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to comment on the statement request by the Honorable Sifuna. Mr. Speaker, about the voting rights of the police officers. And Mr. Speaker, this comes to my committee of JLAC at a time we are doing the election amendments, which has already been presented by IBC before this committee. And I believe the IBC will be appearing before us very soon, Mr. Speaker. It is very important that the clerks, not only just the police officers who participate in an election or who are election officers taking care of security during an election, these officers do not vote. And Mr. Speaker, remember that election is 50+1. So if you don't win with one, simply because the right of a police officer who would have voted did not vote, or a clerk, a polling clerk who did not vote, and on this same breath, Mr. Speaker, indicate that the polling clerks are taking the ones who are already registered voters. And therefore, we've got quite a number of thousands of people, close to 10 to 20,000 people, Mr. Speaker, who don't exercise their right to vote. And therefore, I think I wasn't properly timed, Mr. Speaker. 2 minutes, I'm told, Mr. Speaker.
Conclude.
Yes, so it will be important that every Kenyan who is registered to vote is accorded an opportunity to vote. And I believe there must be a system to allocate these police officers to work where they are registered as voters. And I think that will work much better, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity. We hope this will be part of the amendments you are going to make sure that every Kenyan who wants to vote, Mr. Speaker, is not left out. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mundigi.
Okay, asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi niweze kuchangia hoja ya Senator Simera, Senator wa Kwale kuhusu mambo ya maji. Bwana Spika, mambo ya maji na mambo ya irrigation imeleta shinda kwa sababu hiyo wizara ni kama imesembea kazini, kwa sababu tumekuwa tukiona kila kona inalalamika mambo ya maji na mambo ya kilimo, na kaunti zingine kuko na shinda, hakuna maji ya kunywa ama ya kilimo. Na hiyo onje yake ni kama Embu County, Bwana Spika, kuna miradi kama hiyo. Mradi moja uko Eriale Water Project, na ingine Kanywambora Water Project, na ingine Kamburu Tukiretire Water Project, na ingine Kidhemo Water Project. Watu wameumia. Hii ni mwaka wa 3. Mambo ya irrigation silianza, contractor wengine walilipwa pesa, wengine wakasembea kazini, wengine wametoroka, na mambo ya kuangalia kazi imeleta shinda. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, hii mambo ya wizara ya maji na irrigation imeleta shinda. Ningeomba kutengenezwa vizuri, kama hiyo onja yake ikienda kuangaliwa, pia kaunti zile zingine iweze kuonekana pesa ngapi zimepeanwa kwa hizo kaunti na kwa nini watu wamesembea kazini. Kwa sababu Bwana Spika, kaunti nyingi ilikuwa na matarajio mazuri na mambo mazuri ya mambo ya kilimo, mambo ya maji ya ukunywa na ingine ya kutumia, shule, mahospitali, na pia kwa familia imekuwa na shida. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, ningeomba kamati ambaye ili itaenda kuangalia maneno waweze kuangalia njia ile inafaa, na pia waziri wa irrigation waweze kuitwa pamoja, tuweze kuona nini itapatikana ndio nchi yetu ya Kenya iweze kuendelea, kwa sababu siku hizi kona zote ni mambo ya kilimo. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Now, Senator Boni, because of my intervention while you're speaking, you lost 2 minutes. I will allow you to take those 2 minutes to conclude your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the people of Ekolomani, I truly want to thank this House through you. This is a very serious matter. As we speak now, 2 school children, class 8, have left school because they have been raped and made pregnant by these Chinese men, preying on the poverty of our people. Mr. Speaker, the security in some of our homes is now threatened because the Chinese are eating our dogs. It is not a laughing matter. And Mr. Speaker, protect me from the member of Nandi. Kakamega is not an extension of Nandi County. Mr.
Senator Fernandi, may the good senator be heard in silence, please. You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you for that protection, and the senator of Nandi better realizes that if he's looking for somebody to argue with in my family, he can argue with my daughter, who is a better qualified lawyer than her, and my son, who is a better qualified lawyer than her.
Senator Boni, time is running. Your time is running.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I therefore request the security organs, especially local, assistant chief and chief, not protect me, Mr. Speaker, to recognize that the little money they are given by these people.
What is your point of order, Senator Fernandi? And pause the time for Senator Boni, please.
Mr. Speaker, understanding order 101 on contents of speech, did you hear the distinguished senator of Kakamega imputing that his children are better qualified than me, yet he is not a member of Law Society of Kenya? Where does he get the facts? Mr. Speaker, you know this Kalwale has gotten used to insulting and intimidating everybody. Me, I'm a dry collagen man. I'll not be intimidated by somebody consuming colorless liquid.
Now, honorable senators, let us maintain decorum as we debate. Let that matter be settled. Conclude your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I therefore, speaking to my cousins who are chiefs and assistant chief, plead with them to keep away from these foreigners. Because you never know. Since many of our children have been killed in these clashes, they might come out, and in the process, it looks like because of the defense Catherine and I are giving them, we are actually inciting them. We're just telling the state we have nowhere to raise the issue. It is serious. One of the children who was shot is a total orphan who came and lived in my hands from stand 6 through to Form 4 as I educated him until I took him to Shamberere TTI. He became an electrician and he was killed by the police.
Senator Mogeni. Senator Mogeni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on
Order, honorable senators.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to comment on the statement by Senator of Nairobi, Senator Sifuna, on early voting. Mr. Speaker, you know Article 83, Sub-Article 3 of our Constitution obligates IEBC to put in place administrative arrangements to allow eligible voters to vote and not to lose the chance of voting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this problem is not confined to only police officers, Mr. Speaker. We have people, Mr. Speaker, who may conceive, and their date of giving birth is on the second Tuesday of August 2027. What do you do, Mr. Speaker? You should put in place arrangements, Mr. Speaker, to allow people who may be seriously sick in hospitals, people who may be old, 80 something, like my own mother, Mr. Speaker. And we have many jurisdictions we can borrow from. Chair JLAC. If you go to Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, anybody above 65 years old, I was invited to observe elections on behalf of the Commonwealth in Bahamas in the year 2021. People above 65 years old, Mr. Speaker, are allowed to come and vote early, Mr. Speaker. If you go to Australia, Mr. Speaker, people who live 8 kilometers away to the nearest polling station are allowed to vote early, Mr. Speaker. People who are sick in hospital, as long as they notify the electoral body, they are allowed to vote. This thing does not need to be in the Constitution. All that we need from IEBC is to put in place administrative arrangements, Mr. Speaker, to allow early voting. Mr. Speaker, you know in the US, many states allow early voting. There is nowhere in the American Constitution where it has been decreed that the country will allow early voting. So I think successive IBC commissions have been sleeping on the job, Mr. Speaker. We want to challenge our good friend, Senator for Bomet, Senator Sige, to get it right this time. Have a comprehensive list of people who should be allowed to vote early. The police, the army, people who may be sick, the elderly. There are people we don't want to see, Mr. Speaker, queuing with us on the election day, Mr. Speaker. Somebody is 90 years plus. Do you want to queue with that person on an election day when we have more than 1,000 people or 500 people on the line? Mr. Speaker, this matter is urgent. Let us get it right. No Kenyan should be denied a right of voting, Mr. Speaker. So I hope our chair, JLAC, and members will crack this out this time around, Mr. Speaker, so that we give every Kenyan an opportunity to vote on the second Tuesday of August next year.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to contribute to the statement made by Mheshimiwa Muma on the abolition of River Yala, where my colleague, my friend, my neighbor is bitterly complaining. Honorable Speaker, it's not only River Yala that today is getting polluted. I think every part of this country, there's a lot of deforestation which is taking place. There's a lot of problems, the rivers are getting polluted. The river banks are not protected. Honorable Speaker, in the past, I have a background on the environment and natural resources. We used to have a limited required standards to protect rivers. That's about 50 meters or more than 30 meters. The river banks were not to be removed. The trees are not supposed to be cut. But these days I can see the people, the farmers are blowing it up to the river. That causes a lot of erosion. Rivers are getting polluted. And as things are moving now, this country is going to face water shortage if we don't stop this kind of business. Of late, Honorable Speaker, we have been informed that foreigners have invaded our forests, logging trees in large number. And these are people who almost come for business. But of course, at the end of the day, it's only Kenyans who will have no water. And therefore, it's the time that this House must rise up and save this country. And I'll request the Committee of Lands and Environment and Natural Resources to take action immediately to intervene in these matters. As it is, Honorable Speaker, river catchments must be protected. Honorable Speaker, if you see, most of the big rivers like Tana River and Yala, the rivers are now flowing towards the lower part of the river where it flows. People are even not getting water now. The water is actually, if you go to other world, Honorable Speaker, you see rivers flowing in the midst of cities. And they're very, very clean environment and very clean water. But unfortunately, this country, we are just having polluted every river, be it passing through Nairobi or any other part of this country. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to beg again that this House must rise and save the country, rivers and waters. Thank you so much.
Senator Okech.
Thank you, Speaker. I actually want to support the statement by Senator Sifuna. I think it's a very serious statement, Mr. Speaker, because when the President, came with the idea that we needed to lease out our milling companies in the sugarcane industry, Mr. Speaker, it was a very good idea. And it was an idea that was intended to bolster production and increase efficiency. But Mr. Speaker, we have seen a serious element of agreement overreach by these lessees, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that farmers are still going without getting their proper payments. And sometimes also workers who used to work in these milling companies, Mr. Speaker, including Sony Sugar, where I come from, Mr. Speaker, there's an element of aging out of some of the staff that are working in these places. I do know for a fact that when the leasing agreements were drawn, Mr. Speaker, there was a serious element of ensuring that immovable assets were the backbone of the agreement, but not the movable assets. To the extent that there is that overreach in this agreement, we have seen an element where these lessees end up taking the movable assets, auction them, sell them, and also taking advantage of the debt that we have, even in terms of nuclear estates, to the extent that they are going to auction them back in the back door. And before you realize, the 30 years or whichever time of lease that we have in these companies, you'll end up having those leases then taking over these companies. So it's a very serious matter that I wanted to ask the Chair of Agriculture and the committee to look into it globally, not just on the issue in Zoya. Just look at those arguments, the way they are drawn, and make sure that they give us a report that is comprehensive with regards to those agreements overreach. And Mr. Speaker, I think that I wanted to encourage Senator Sifuna that perhaps this statement could also be dealt with further by ensuring that there is perhaps a question to the relevant ministry who can then help us with proper data on how each of those agreements are being implemented. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to just also add my voice in the statement that Senator Cherargei brought about our team that went to Glasgow. I think that our team have done always very well, but even the Glasgow, they did even better. And Mr. Speaker, what I wanted to say is that we always take glory and praise these teams that go and represent us very well outside the country. But when they come back, their conditions, their support system, their infrastructure.
Senator Eddy, that statement was made pursuant to Standing Order 52-1. And your time is gone. Senator Recha.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the statement made by Senator Muma about the erosion of River Yala. Said by a member before that it is not only River Yala, but many rivers in this country, and especially where there is mining, Mr. Speaker, and particularly illegal mining. They come in and divert even rivers that benefit the people living on the lower side of a river. And so making it impossible for those people to get water to use. And so my county, West Pokot, right now has mushrooming of places with gold. And so there is a lot of illegal mining going on, and there is a lot of diversion of flowing of rivers or flowing of water to areas that are routinely known to be along the river. And then there is also, apart from illegality, which denies the people royalties and denies everybody their dues. This exercise just makes it impossible for the county to get their dues, and even the licensing body that usually licenses mine exercise and licenses do not get their dues. And there is a lot of destruction of land because they do not consult NEMA or environmental assessors to assess what is going on. And so there is a lot of drilling and leaving a lot of holes across such a land. So there is need to really come in and take charge by the Ministry of Mining. Thank you very much.
Senator Wambua.
I thank Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make comments on statements made by Senator Muma and Senator Montet on the issue of pollution of rivers. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the statements that have come to this House for the last 1 month in relation to the inability of NEMA to get their act right, Mr. Speaker, there is a big problem. A big problem that, Mr. Speaker, remember, we even pushed for a commitment from the Committee on Lands and Environment to bring the Director General of NEMA here to a committee of the whole House so we can have conversations. Because, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that every senator seated here, there's serious pollution happening at their homes, in their rivers, or in their environments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I wanted to say in relation to those two statements, that, Mr. Speaker, you use the authority of your chair. Now that the chair of Lands and Environment seems to be taking his time to use the authority of the chair to direct, or perhaps the chair of the liaison committee, to direct that the DG for NEMA appears before this House and we address issues of environmental degradation under the watch of the NEMA institution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's what I want to say.
Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I want to support the statement sought by Senator Catherine Muma. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, over the last 63 years, we've seen mining of our precious minerals, and with it has also been a very destructive and massive degradation of our environment. Mr. Speaker, as a House, I think we have an obligation, political and moral, and we must take it upon ourselves, Mr. Speaker, to emphasize the importance of coming up with a framework that will ensure that the future generation will find a piece of the cake that this country was endowed with naturally. That, Mr. Speaker, sir, can only happen if we sit down and come up with a deliberate framework that will ensure that the exploitation of the minerals by the current generation will not deprive the future generation the opportunity to enjoy the same kind of environment that we're enjoying today. Mr. Speaker, be it gold mining, sand mining, or even stone mining, Mr. Speaker, it is an eyesore if you walk across the country and you see pits that have been left by mining companies, and other than the destruction, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing to show off, Mr. Speaker. How I wish, Mr. Speaker, that 63 years ago we did set aside a sovereign fund that could have collected some of the dividends so that the future generation can use the same to ensure that, or to at least enjoy the fruits of what the natural resources this country has. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the obligation of us all as readers, and specifically so the senators, who should be protecting devolution and with it the land that is a default function, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we put in place mechanisms to ensure that the laws that are in place, Mr. Speaker, are light-free, enforced, not only by the foreign companies, but also by the local companies, Mr. Speaker. Mining, Mr. Speaker, is one of the resources that we have that is not renewable. Every piece of mine that is extracted from our core, from the earth, Mr. Speaker, leaves a gaping hole. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is only fair that we set up a framework, a mechanism, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, we put up a sovereign fund that will ensure what is taken away, Mr. Speaker, can be seen in another form. Some of the most advanced countries, Mr. Speaker, they've set up sovereign funds that are used to ensure that the future generation, as much as they may not be able to enjoy the resources, they'll have funds that they can use to compensate for the degraded environment. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Catherine Muma for this statement, and I want to ask the Committee on Land, as they are doing this, Mr. Speaker, the laws are in...
Senator Maruma. So after the comments.
Thank you.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hii fursa umenipa ili kuchangia taarifa iliyoletwa na Senator Chimera Raphael kuhusu miradi ya maji katika maeneo ya Mgalani, Kilibasi na Macnan Road. Mheshimiwa Spika, haki ya maji ni haki ambayo iko katika ibara ya 43 ya katiba, na ni vizuri tungangane na kushinikiza serikali ya kitaifa ili itengeneze ama itekeleze mradi wa Mzima tu na Mwache Dam ambao utapelekea kupelekewa maji watu wa Macnan Road, watu wa Kilibasi na watu wa Makamini. Mheshimiwa Spika, hayo ni maeneo naelewa vizuri, manake haya maeneo yamepakana na Taita Taveta. Kabla ya mwaka wa 1961 maeneo ya Macnan Road na Kilibasi yalikuwa Taita Taveta, kwa sababu Taita Taveta ilienda mpaka karibu na Taru, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo nashukuru Mheshimiwa Chimera kwa kuleta hii taarifa, kwa sababu hawa watu ni haki yao wapate maji. Lakini kihistoria, Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesema kwamba haya maeneo yalikuwa Taita Taveta, na ningependa kusema kwamba ni vizuri tufuatilie ile mswada ambayo ililetwa na Mheshimiwa Senator Akajwang kuhusu county boundaries ama mipaka, kwa sababu hii sheria ni mara ya 4, Mheshimiwa Spika, inapita na inapatiana njia za kubadilisha ama kurekebisha ile mipaka ambayo ilikuwa imechukuliwa. Mwaka wa 1961 aliyekuwa mkuu wa wilaya ya Taita Taveta aliandikia barua mkuu wa wilaya ya Kwale achukue maeneo ya Macnan Road. Na mpaka sasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia kule Macnan Road, shule kama Mbele Primary wanatoa walimu Taita Taveta. Shule kama Mbele Secondary imejengwa na pesa za CDF ya Voi. Kwa hivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni vizuri kama kuna njia ya kufuatilia ili huo mswada ambao unapelekea kurekebisha miradi mipaka wa Senator Kajwang ufuatiliwe uko katika bunge ya kitaifa, upite, ili ile zuluma ya kihistoria ya kuchukua maeneo ya Macnan Road, Kilibasi ambayo yalikuwa Taita Taveta ipate kurekebishwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo mimi napenda kusema hilo. Na la pili, tuliambiwa na waziri kwamba Mwache Dam iko karibu kuisha, na kwamba kufikia Septemba mwaka huu itakuwa imeanza kujazwa maji, na miezi 16 itakuwa imejaa tayari, ambayo itapeana maji Kwale na Mombasa, na yale maji ambayo yanatoka Mzima basi yatapunguzwa na kupata.
Senator Fernande.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to comment on the statement brought by Nairobi Senator on the voting rights of the police. Mr. Speaker, under Article 38, everybody has a political right to be a voter, to register and to vote. Mr. Speaker, I think the IEBC must put in place necessary mechanisms, including people who work in security service, the police officers. We appreciate they provide essential services, but it is the duty of the IEBC to ensure that no voter is disenfranchised. All police officers, all people who work in essential service and security sector must and should be allowed to vote to the candidate of their choice, Mr. Speaker, because you know with the 50+1, you need each and every vote that is needed. Even when you go to Uganda, Mr. Speaker, you are aware even the army participate. The People's Army participate. They also get elected, I think, seat in parliament. But I'm afraid that one cannot apply in Kenya, where you have military sitting in parliament. It will be scary. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware also there is a bill that has been proposed, Elections Amendment, where they are proposing to delete Section 39 of Elections Act, where there is intention to ban the live streaming of results. I think, Mr. Speaker, when that bill comes, I think it will disenfranchise, undermine Article 38 on political rights, Mr. Speaker. I have read the bill and the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker. We should allow the live streaming of elections from the polling station, because the law is very clear that the results that are declared at the polling station is final, but it should also, as provided by Section 39 under the Elections Act, and we did debate last session, Mr. Speaker, we did pass raft of amendments, and we ensure that the issue of live stream should be allowed. And I think when that bill comes, I want to advise the minority leader and majority leader to abandon that route, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't need to undermine the political election freedoms that we have had in the country. Finally, on the issue of River Yala, Mr. Speaker, I was told there is a market, we have a market in Western called Lubao, where you sell dogs. So if Chinese have started eating dogs, they should just go to Lubao and buy those dogs, Mr. Speaker. And we have so many dogs in Nandi, which we can take to Lubao and they can buy. But the point I'm trying to make, we should ensure that any person who is dredging River Yala, we must protect our environment. Mr. Speaker, we need to relook even licensing the name and their role, who allowed them to do the dredging of the river, Mr. Speaker. It is undermining the environmental, and we are in the issues of climate change, Mr. Speaker. You are aware, with the current event of climate change, it is becoming a problem. Mr. Speaker, the River Yala must be protected, and we hope the Ministry of Mining, where CS Hassan Joho, I expected him to appear today, but I'm told unfortunately he didn't make it, Mr. Speaker. But he should appear and share to the country what is it really happening with the dredging in River Yala. And I hope CS Joe can stop it before he appears before this House, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the mic and I thank you.
Senator Ogola.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you and for getting the opportunity to comment on the statement by Senator Mofaya, amongst other very outstanding statements that have been brought by colleague senators. The statement by Senator Mofaya talks about the status of projects in counties by the year 2022, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like that committee to take back the year, the concern and the attention of these projects, some of them that date back to even the first 5 years of devolution. Honorable Speaker, devolution was meant to empower our people and not to disempower them. There are business people that have closed shop in counties because they have never been able to get their payments for even the last 10 years, Honorable Speaker, and it must be treated as a sign of inhumanity, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in this Senate, we have talked about the issue of pending bills. I do not know for what reasons heads of governments in county governments pay their bills on a preference list rather than on an aging list that has been discussed here, Honorable Speaker. So counties, business people must be empowered, and there must also be an issue of equity. Honorable Speaker, when we get to health in the counties, the situation in some counties is getting very bad, to the extent that counties or county governments are giving credence to forces that have been saying that health should be brought back to national government. As a Senate, we sit here to empower counties, but what they do with some of these sectors is clawing back on the gains that we have made, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, last night I had a patient at Kenyatta National Hospital. I was at the hospital up to around 4. And I want to tell this House, for the doubting Thomases, that SHA is working. Honorable Speaker, and I can give evidence. I saw patients that had a lot of relief. One of them that was near me, that was a very disparate patient that had been brought from Homa Bay County, and I saw with my own eyes, Honorable Speaker, as they got a relief by SHA paying their bills. So, Honorable Speaker, for people who say SHA is not working, let them go to hospitals, let them visit patients. All we can say is that let us discuss what is not working, but overall SHA is working, and I can give a list of patients that I saw. Honorable Speaker, on the statement by Senator Muma, Honorable Speaker, the issue of mining is becoming...
Senator Wakoli.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii ili niweze kuchangia hoja ambazo senators wenzangu wanachangia. Ya kwanza ni hoja ya wale wachimba madini katika eneo la magharibi mwa Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa serikali iweze kunukuu mwelekeo wa Rais wa Marekani Donald Trump pale ambapo ameweza kuweka fedha nyingi ambazo anatozwa wawekezaji kama hawa wagushi ambao wanakuja kupora mali asili ya Wakenya. Ningependa kuomba senators wenzangu walio katika kamati hii ya mazingira tuweze kubuni mswada, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, kama hawa watu hawana vibali vya kuchimba madini na kufanya mambo haya katika mito na maziwa yetu, lazima wakamatwe. Mheshimiwa Spika, isiwe kana kwamba wanatoka nchi tajiri na sisi japokuwa tunajikakamua kuinua uchumi wetu, sasa wanakuja tu kuvuna kile ambacho wajapanda. So naungana na Senator Boni Khalwale na maseneta wengine kwamba haki lazima itendeke kwa Wakenya, na kwamba tukinyamaza, Mheshimiwa Spika, siku za alafu tutaweza kuhukumiwa na Wakenya. Hoja nyingine ambayo naweza kuunga mkono Senator Ogola ambaye amesema kwamba sekta ya afya, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni sekta ambayo lazima tukae ange na tuwe makini sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, baadhi ya zahanati ambazo zimo katika magatuzi zetu zinayumba. Mheshimiwa Spika, kule kwangu zahanati ya Kabula ambayo ubalozi wa Japan uliweza kutoa pesa nyingi, lakini kwa sababu pesa ni tamu na wengi wangependa kuchovya asali, Mheshimiwa Spika, waliweza kupatikana na mradi huo ukasitishwa. Lakini tutaenda kuwatembelea ubalozi huu ili waliokuwa na mate mengi waweze kufurushwa ili mradi uendelee. Hospitali nyingine, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo lazima pia niseme ni hospitali ya Nangili na hospitali ya Mchi kule Bungoma. Kile ninasema tu lazima ugatuzi utetewe, na kesho ni kuwakaribisha Wakenya watazame moja kwa moja kutoka hapa majengo ya Senate tutakapokuwa tunatoa msimamo na mwelekeo wa uchapakazi wa magatuzi yetu. Magavana wakubali matokeo, na pale kuna makosa warekebishe, na wasiporekebisha tutapambana na wao. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, na Mungu awabariki.
Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment. Because of the time, I would want to comment on the statement by the Senator for Nairobi, Senator Sifuna, on the right of police officers to vote. Honorable Speaker, even as the JLAC looks at this statement, I would request that the JLAC expands this mandate to look at ways in which many citizens are not facilitated to vote. Honorable Speaker, Article 38(3) makes it clear that every citizen has a right to be registered as a voter and to cast their vote during elections. The police officers are the officers and other essential workers usually don't get to vote. Honorable Speaker, it is because the IEBC has not been innovative enough to come up with a way in which every citizen right can be exercised in Article 38(3). So we are requesting that the IEBC thinks out of the box. This voting can be electronic, wherever they are. It can be early voting. But we must allow every citizen, including those providing essential services and want to cast votes, to be able to vote. Honorable Speaker, there are other ways in which voting is curtailed. through non-issuance of IDs for persons who are eligible, but for one reason or other, sometimes including political reasons, the ID issuance is actually curtailed. I would want to ask that the Registrar of Persons Office of the President must facilitate every citizen who is eligible to vote and to actually be able to get the ID. Another way of curtailing access to voting is failure to facilitate voter registration. And I would like the JLAC to find out from IEBC whether they are doing equitable or equal facilitation of voter registration kits in all regions. Are they making it easier for some regions than other? That has been a political practice in this country that needs to stop. We need to register every person who's eligible to register. Honorable Speaker, when the Constitution was being made, one of the things that I regret we did not put in place was that to make voting compulsory. I was one of those who felt we should make voting compulsory and come up with a system that makes you automatically able to get an ID and to be able to vote when the time
Senator Catherine Muma, you are on the high seas. I want to give you 1 more minute to conclude your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And my point was that the IEBC should recognize that it is an independent Constitutional Commission that must facilitate the delivery on the right to vote and must work on all issues, including calling out those who curtail the vote through goonism. Honorable Speaker, goonism is another strategy that people use to ensure they scare away people from voting. And IEBC needs to pronounce itself on this issue. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights needs to pronounce itself on this issue. And I would ask that JLAC engages with all these institutions so that we can hear their voice and we can see every citizen who wants to vote to be facilitated to be able to vote. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the extra time.
Senator Munyihaji Faki Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, Mr. Speaker, there are the issues relating to pollution of our rivers and water resources. As a committee, we have taken up the issue, and we were waiting for the budget to be opened up so that we can be able to move and visit some of these places. In fact, we have arranged to visit Athi River in the next 2 weeks from the 17th, Mr. Speaker. The other places like Wajir, of course, we shall also visit, but it will also depend on the budget that is allocated to our committee. Our committee, Mr. Speaker, sir, has a lot of activities. We are in charge of the land administration, we are in charge of natural resources, we are in charge of water, climate change, environment, waste disposal, almost 10 items, Mr. Speaker, that are supposed to be handled by our committee. Yet, we receive the same budget with the Cohesion Committee, the same budget with the Agricultural Committee, with the same budget with the Delegated Legislation Committee, of which I am a member. So, Mr. Speaker, we are a bit handicapped because of the activities that we are supposed to do. However, it is the task and the responsibility of this committee to be able to deal with those issues that have been highlighted by members. Just the other month, we were in Kakamega, Bushiangala, where Senator Muma had presented a petition. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I made a statement in this House on the issue of the cartel-like behavior that is being perpetrated by airline companies, in a sense that the tickets are always changing. For instance, this weekend, traveling from Nairobi to Mombasa, you pay a minimum of 20,000. Yet, the Transport and Infrastructure Committee that was tasked to consider the statement has not done anything about the statement for the last almost 8 months. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how we are going to tame this, because this is against the Competition Act, Cap 504. There are guidelines which the Competition Act is supposed to give to this airline company so they don't exploit members. For instance, how do you charge, for instance, between Mombasa and Nairobi? If you go to Skyward, they are charging you 20,000. You go to Jambo, which came in as a budget airline, is even now charging more than Kenya Airways. This is not fair, Mr. Speaker. So I will want to, Mr. Speaker, to implore the committee to call the competition.
Now that around Senator Catherine Muma, you might think maybe I'm doing some favors to the lady.
Yes, and Mr. Speaker, Senator Muma was my classmate.
Okay. 1 minute.
We are Bazova. So, Mr. Speaker, I was saying that we need, the Committee of Transport needs to call to summon the Competition Authority, to summon the airline companies, to summon Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, so that we can address these issues once and for all. We cannot be exploited. Every time the school closes, the air tickets go up. Every time you have a small holiday, people want to go for holidays, tickets go up. As Kenyans, you are being exploited, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Joyce Korir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the chance also to speak on a number of statements that has been raised by the honorable colleagues. And I will start with the statement that was raised by Honorable Montet on the issue of the air pollution in Athi River. Honorable Speaker, as far as we are embracing the private investors in this country, Honorable Speaker, it is the duty of the government to make sure that the citizens are protected, Honorable Speaker. By so saying, Honorable Speaker, I know for an investor to establish any factory, Honorable Speaker, there are a number of requirements that are supposed to be observed for them to be able to start the business. And Honorable Speaker, sometimes we may be only pointing our fingers at NEMA, Honorable Speaker, leaving aside the county government, the ministry, the relevant ministry, Honorable Speaker, yet this is a collective responsibility, Honorable Speaker. So I would want to ask, Honorable Speaker, that the committee, I want to thank the committee for prioritizing to visit the site in 2 weeks' time, but I want to say, Honorable Speaker, it would be prudent for the committee to also call upon all the stakeholders so that at the end of the day, they should be able to tell the number of licenses that have been given, what it was contained, because at the end of the day, every document that has been given to them as some measures that they are supposed to follow, Honorable Speaker. So these are some of the things that they need to critically check, so that at the end of the day, the government makes sure that we are not biased on giving them the opportunity to run their business, because at the end of the day, they give our youth job opportunities, but we also have to look at the health-wise of our people, Honorable Speaker. Not only in Athi River, even the drenching that is happening in River Yala, Honorable Speaker, which has been raised by Honorable Halwale. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, there are a number of issues that has been raised. And I want to say that we support the honorable colleagues, because at the end of the day, they come from those particular regions. And I want to say this, that it is prudent for maybe the honorable members and Honorable Muma, who brought them the statement before the floor of this House, to really get us the facts of a number of issues that has happened, or a number of mistakes that have been happening in around these areas, Honorable Speaker. Be it the people who have lost their lives, be it the children who have been raped, because that is the allegation that was raised, be it all those issues that, Honorable Speaker, are making the honorable members to feel that these people are infringing the rights of the Kenyans. So, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say much. There is also the statement that was raised by the Honorable Sifuna, the Senator for Nairobi, on allowing the police officers to vote. I think it's a right for everyone to vote. So it's only now upon the committee and the relevant authority to look at the measures of putting it
Commissioner, 1 more minute. Today I have some 3 minutes, so take 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, for giving me the additional 1 minute. I just want to say that it is the duty of the relevant, that is the high EPC, the committee of this House, to look at it and expand to an extent that they give room to anybody who is not voting, and even those who are outside the country, so that at the end of the day, we can have a collective document that is going to address all these issues that are affecting our Kenyans. Thank you.
Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, Deputy Speaker Emeritus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on one statement from Senator Muma on mining. Mr. Speaker, mining is a regulated activity in this country. We have the Mining and Minerals Act, that regulates how we do mining. When the committee sits to address the issues which have been articulated very well by Senator Muma, I would like to suggest further that they need to actually highlight activities that have not been captured by the law itself. This I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, because when she refers to mining along the riverbanks, it is not part of what is being regulated. It's because it is not even expected. In fact, mining in rivers was this thing they used to call the Karaya mining, which was done by artisanal miners. It is what was done by villagers around the river, but it was not really an approved activity when it comes to mining. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the Committee of Lands and Environment, and I'm glad a member or chair has articulated very well the shortcomings that they are having even when they are dealing with these issues. And in that, I think it is very important that they go deeper. Let's look at the weaknesses of the regulations that we have today. Let us look at the weaknesses in terms of the machinery, because Senator Muma has raised the issue of machinery. Was it approved? Was not approved? But what does our law say as of now? Does the law allow any machine to be used, or is it illegal? If it is not, then we need to bring that one to the regulation also. We need to go back to the law and do amendments. So my request for the committee is that as they look at the very issues that have been raised by the member, that they go further and they go deeper, so that if there is need to amend the law that we have, the Minerals and Mining Bill, let us amend it to make sure that we capture everything. The issue of artisanal miners has been another issue, because artisanal miners have a right just by being neighbors to wherever the mining is taking place. But we know that most of the mining companies have used them and damned them. They have even pushed them out of where they would be earning their own income. Again, let them look at that and see what can be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
See, professors are able to manage their time, and not like my other colleagues here. Senator Mutinda, last but not the least on statement, Senator Mutinda Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to put my views on two statements very quickly. One by Senator Catherine Muma in regards to the issue of River Yala, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, she has directed this statement to the Committee of Lands and focused the issues to NEMA. But I would wish that as much as the committee would be undertaking to look into these issues, a step back should be taken on the Ministry of Mining, because it is the same ministry that gives licenses for these investors to be able to undertake the mining procedures and all that. As much as, yes, the other stakeholders like NEMA are involved on certification, but this matter should just not end at NEMA, but should go further to what kind of investors are these who then do not care about our local or our natural reserves like River Yala, among many others, Mr. Speaker. This is a matter that should go beyond NEMA, and the minister should be able to bring to light this kind of investor, because they must have been given the conditions, the terms and conditions to adhere to, so as to avoid this kind of issues and this kind of negligence to our natural resources. Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, is on the statement by Senator Sifuna, my senator of Nairobi, in regards to the rights of voting for our police officers, Mr. Speaker. Police officers in this country are Kenyans. They have a right to vote as per our Constitution 2010. As per our Constitution, again, Article 43, Mr. Speaker, they have a right to dignified living, health, and all that, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it is fair for every Kenyan, either in this country or abroad, to be able to have a right to exercise their voting rights, Mr. Speaker, and narrowing it to our police officers, Mr. Speaker. They do play a very critical role during our election period, Mr. Speaker. It will be fair that through the Committee of Legal Affairs and Justice, Mr. Speaker, the IG should be able to tell the committee or the House on how the officers that would have been deployed to their different locations would be able to exercise their vote. Would it be fair 3 months before elections, you find that all officers have been deployed and them being given an opportunity to change their vote within that particular region that they have been deployed, so that they can be able to be the first people to vote and continue doing their work of providing security and ensure that the process is fair, Mr. Speaker, because they are Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, and we ignore this particular fact, Mr. Speaker, then it will not be
Senator Moses Kajwang, you have a petition to present to the Senate. Proceed.
Have the mic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Pursuant to Standing Order 236-2A, I rise to present the following petition. Petition on the unregulated establishment of commercial fish cages in Mbita, Mfangano Island, Rusinga Island, Sindo, Gingo, and Ngode Island in Lake Victoria. We, the undersigned, citizens of Kenya and investors in the tourism and hospitality sector, particularly in beach hotels, resorts, and ecotourism within Mbita and Rusinga Township, Homa Bay County, draw the attention of the Senate to the following. Number one, that while we recognize and appreciate the potential of aquaculture as an economic driver in Kenya, the current trend of placing unregulated industrial cages within the Lake Victoria for fish farming directly affect the ecosystem of the lake. Number two, that the negative effects of the cages extend to affecting the potential of local tourism, public health, noting that the cages have been placed in the immediate proximity of hotels and resorts within the lakefront. Number three, that affected residents, investors, fishermen, and transporters have suffered the extremely challenging conditions characterized by contamination of water, which compromises the quality and standards as a result of organic waste generated from the cages, thus violating Article 42 of the Constitution of Kenya, infringement of the riparian access rights, thus blocking legitimate recreational water use, increasing the number of boat accidents in the lake, especially in the nights, thus affecting lake transportation, interference with the fish breeding grounds, leading to dwindling stocks of free-range tilapia and Nile perch, which has largely affected small-scale fishermen's major source of income. Destruction of recreational water tourism, completely blocking safe areas for boat rides, swimming, sports fishing, jet skiing, cruises, and lakeside dining for tourists. Severe visual and aesthetic pollution and water odor. For example, cages erected in bays like Ngode permanently contaminate the water given limited circulation of currents for natural water purification. Prevalence of waterborne diseases in the lake region, considering that the residents use the same lake for water for domestic use. Number four, Mr. Speaker, that taking into account that if the controls and regulative measures are not put in place, These will undermine the efforts of the national government through the Ministry of Tourism and the Tourism Board of Kenya in promoting the Western tourism circuit, particularly Lake Victoria. Number 5, that the placement of cages in the lake has violated Articles 19 and 42 of the Constitution on public participation and stakeholder involvement in such important decisions that directly affect livelihoods and a right to a clean environment respectively. Number 6, that the petitioners have made the best efforts to have the matter addressed by the relevant authorities, including the State Department of Fisheries and Blue Economy, the County Department of Fisheries and Livestock, and the Association of Cage Farmers, all of which have failed to give a satisfactory response. And number 7, that none of the issues raised in the petition are pending before any court of law, constitutional or legal body. Therefore, wherefore, your humble petitioners pray that the Senate investigates the matter with a view to, number 1, examining the current approval process and regulatory requirements governing the setting up of commercial fish cages in Lake Victoria. Number 2, determining the level of compliance by the relevant regulatory bodies with the applicable legal and regulatory framework relating to licensing, environmental impact, community social responsibility, designation of exclusive industrial aquaculture zones, public participation, and stakeholder engagement, particularly the involvement of beach management units and other co-users. Prayer number 3, assessing the effects of unregulated fish cage farming with a view to recommending the removal or relocation of all fish cages currently anchored in front of licensed beachfront hotels, resorts, public water transport routes, and public beaches where such installations have obstructed public water transport, access to recreational services, and public beaches. Prayer number 4, reviewing the existing zoning framework and recommending the strengthening or amendment of the legislative or regulatory framework governing aquaculture activities in Lake Victoria. Prayer number 5, establishing the reasons for the failure by farms operating fish ponds and fish cages within the aforementioned areas to install water treatment plants, develop and implement appropriate waste management frameworks, cease the continuous discharge of untreated pond wastewater and disposal of dead fish into Lake Victoria, and number 6, the Senate to make recommendations that it deems fit in regard to the petition. Mr. Speaker, this petition has been signed by Magdalene Munyao, Joseph Ongoro Osunga, Bernard Mbeo, Michael Ochieng, Brian Odinga, Samuel Okudo, Evelyn Achila, Ouma Stephen, Okeo Suleiman, Felix Otieno, and submitted by the Senator for Homa Bay, the Honorable Moses Otieno Kajwang. And Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 236-4, I lay the petition on the table of the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Under Senators. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 2.81, I commit the petition to the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, and Fisheries. In terms of Standing Order 2.82A, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of the reading the prayer to table its report in the Senate for consideration. Thank you. Honorable Senators, I want to reorganize the order of business this afternoon. Order appearing from order number 8 to order number 10, those are divisions. Order number, I defer those orders. Order number 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, all the way to 21 are also defined. So we go to order number 22, clerk.
Order number 22, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the cooperation agreement between the national government and the national city-county government.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations, Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to move a motion on the report of the Standing Committee on Standing Committee of Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the cooperation agreement between the national government and the Nairobi City County. That the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the cooperation agreement between the national government and Nairobi City government, laid on the table on the Senate on Wednesday 15th.
Chairperson, approach the table first, then you proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion on devolution, of the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations, the cooperation between the national government and Nairobi City government. Honorable Speaker, the Committee of Devolution did execution of the use agreement between the national government acting through the Prime Minister, Cabinet Secretary, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and the Cabinet and the Foreign Relations the Cabinet Secretary and the Cabinet Secretary. Oh my God! Through the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, and the Nairobi City Government on 17th February 2026 at the State House in Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, the agreement was made pursuant to Section 8 of the Urban Areas and Cities Act, established a framework for collaboration between the two levels of government on refuse collection, solid waste management, county roads, street lighting, markets, housing infrastructure, water and sanitation within Nairobi City. It is supported by two tiers of governance structures comprising of steering committee and implementation committee. Consequently, the committee resolved to invite the governor of Nairobi and the cabinet secretary, the prime cabinet secretary, to deliberate on the agreement and report back to the House. Honorable Speaker, the committee had time to interrogate the two parties involved, and we found out, while interrogating, we found that this agreement was made between the two parties, that is the national government and the county, the city county government, that is Nairobi City, and it was in this course that the committee engagement, that the committee learned that first time there was the existence of a series of white papers developed by the national government under the program referred to as Nairobi Rising Program. The Prime Cabinet informed the committee that these white papers were intended to operationalize the agreement. He listed them before the committee, but did not submit them for the committee's review. He then explained in summary the content of each of these papers as follows. Paper 1 that is White Paper 1, deals with water, sanitation, and focuses on addressing the key aspect of water challenges in Nairobi. Having known that Nairobi today is facing with a lot of challenges on water issues, and I think it is the right time for the government to intervene. For as this being one of the, a city, the White House is even foreign diplomats. White Paper 2 deals with safe streets, which focuses on upgrading of roads, bridges, and installations of up to 50,000 street lights within the city. Now, Honorable Speaker, as we have seen, Nairobi is actually having a lot of challenges in lightning, and most part of the city is actually experiencing darkness, and of late, insecurity has risen up, and therefore, one of the issues to be addressed in this agreement was lightening of the city. Up to 50,000 street lights was supposed to be put the city. Paper 3, White Paper 3, deals with the markets and urban economy with focuses on the formulation of informal trade and development of market infrastructure. White Paper 4 is on legal issues, finance, governance, and communication. This provides legal structure for anchoring the cooperation agreement. White Paper 5 is on environmental and green development. This takes to the issues of Nairobi River, regenerations and waste-to-energy opportunities, which includes the infrastructure required for the affordable housing positions of Nairobi as a city that can benefit for green finances. Paper 6, the White Paper 6 focuses on flood resilience. This provides an integrated approach to urban water management, development of flood master plan, and urban planning reforms. Honorable Speaker, as we are hearing now that we are experiencing, these countries experience El Nino, I think this is actually a very good approach that will be able to help the city. White Paper 7 deals with urban security. This provides for the establishment of Nairobi Metropolitan Service Framework. The proposal establishes a dedicated ward-structured community-embedded Metropolitan Police formation within Nairobi Police Service. Apparently, this will establish a dedicated police service without having to amend the National Police Service Act. Represented, however, we observe that Nairobi City, Machakos, Kiambu, and a section of Kajiado counties are within the metropolis, and so the Metropolitan Police Service will help in giving more focus to improve the security within the large metropolis. Then this particular matter shortly will be able to improve the security within the areas mentioned. Honorable Speaker, during the consideration of this agreement, the committee has appraised 2 of constitutional petitions filed before the High Court of Kenya in Nairobi, challenging the agreement. These are constitutional petition number E104 of 2026 by Christine Kadoni and Anor versus Council of Governors and Office of the Auditor General, and 12 others, in which the Senate is sued as the 6th respondent, and the constitutional petition number E111 of 2026, Katiba Institute versus Governor of Nairobi City Council, and 4 others in which the Senate is enjoined as the second interested party. Honorable Speaker, 4 petitions challenged the constitutionality of the agreement on grounds including violations of functional integrity of Nairobi City Council, failure to conduct meaningful public participation prior to execution of absence of county assembly approval, failure to involve the Senate, and the violation of the constitutional framework for the public finance. Honorable Speaker, as a result of this, the committee found that the committee acknowledged that the Constitution contemplates and encourages cooperation between 2 levels of government. Article 6.2 establishes the national government and county government as distinct and interdependent and requires that they conduct their mutual relations on the basis of consultation and cooperation. Article 189 gives practical expression of this principle. Honorable Speaker, the committee further recognized that the Section 6(5) of the Urban Areas and Cities Act imposes a mandatory obligation binding for 14 years on the two levels of government to enter into such an agreement in respect of the capital city. It is commendable that this obligation has now been acted upon. The committee acknowledges the legitimate policy rationale for structured collaboration, given Nairobi's unique status as the capital city and hosts the 150 diplomatic missions, international organizations, and other institutions of national and international importance. However, Honorable Speaker, having examined the agreement against the constitutional and statutory framework, the applicable comparative practice, and the submissions of the Governor and the Prime Secretary, the committee makes the following recommendation as set out in details under Chapter 4 of the report: that the cooperation agreement between the national government and the Nairobi City government be temporarily suspended, pending on the resolution by the parties on the issues arising from the committee's observation and analysis of agreement. 2, that the national government and Nairobi City government submit a report to the Senate within 60 days of the adoption of the report, indicating the progress made towards resolving the issues noted in recommendation 1. Honorable Speaker, the committee arrived on above recommendations after establishing the following findings. 1, on the constitutional framework, the governance structure established under the agreement vests policy level oversight in a steering committee dominated by national government representatives, while the governor shares only the implementation committee. This leaves unclear whether the arrangement in substance remains one of the cooperation under Article 189 or has taken on the characteristics of transfer of functions under Article 187 without the safeguards that will ordinarily attain such transfer. 2, on financing, the agreement is silent. The agreement is silent on the source and mechanism of financing for this implementation. The figure of Kenya 80 billion cited as a cost of implementation appears nowhere in the text of the agreement. Its only source is an oral submission by the Cabinet Prime Secretary. The committee further established that on allocation of 270 million had already been made in the financial year 26-27 budget estimates for the improving of Nairobi roads through the Kenya Urban Rural Authority. Account functions for direct expenditures by national government agencies rather than as a conditional allocation for the county government. It is not an additional allocation. 3, on public participation, the exercise conducted on the agreement took place after its execution and after it had already came into force. 4, on legislative oversight, the agreement does not provide any reporting to the Nairobi City County Assembly or to the Senate, notwithstanding the commitment of substantial public resources that the implementation of core can be used for, to function the agreement. 5, on the implementation, White Paper 7 under Nairobi Rising Program, proposing the establishment of Nairobi Metropolitan Police Formation, was presented to the committee as part of the framework for implementing the agreement. Yet, neither the Nairobi Rising Program nor the White Paper 7 is referenced anywhere in the text of the agreement itself. Mr. Speaker, this means that a proposal to establish Nairobi Police Formation, a new formation police covering not only Nairobi, but also covers parts of Machakos, Kiambu, Kajiado counties, is being implemented in the name of agreement that says nothing about it because it is not inclusive. The other counties have not been involved in the agreement, but still it has been extended to those counties. Honorable Speaker, it's on the basis of these 5 findings that taken together the committee arrived at its recommendation that this agreement be temporarily suspended, rather than allowed to proceed in its current form, pending the resolution of the issues identified. Honorable Speaker, the committee wishes to explain it is reasoning for this point that none of the 5 findings have outlined go to the disability, have outlined to go to the desirability of cooperation between the national government and Nairobi City County. They go to the manner in which this particular agreement was structured and executed. These are not defects that require the committee to reject the agreement outrightly, nor are they defects the committee can responsibly overlook by proving that the agreement is as it stands. The defects capable of being cured. It is for these reasons that the committee has recommended suspension and not rejection, to allow the parties an opportunity to correct these issues and to return with agreement that this House and the people of Nairobi can have coverage in fulfilling. Honorable Speaker, may I take this opportunity to commend the member of the committee. I also wish to thank the Office of the Speaker, the clerk, and lastly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Cabinet Secretary of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and the Governor for giving us the audience and hearing to the committee and for their participation. Honorable Speaker, it is now my pleasant duty and pleasure to stand order 2284A to present the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on its consideration of the cooperation between the national government and Nairobi City County government. Honorable Speaker, with these many remarks, I wish to move this motion and request the House to adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the cooperation agreement between Nairobi government and national government and Nairobi City Council, city government. And I beg to ask Mheshimiwa the Majority Speaker to second.
Majority Whip, Senator Wakoli.
Thank you. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii. Naona lugha inaendelea kuwa na msamiati wa spika wa wengi. Bila shaka lililopangwa na Mungu litatimia siku moja. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuhusiana na ripoti hii katika kamati ya ugatuzi na mustakabali wa serikali ya kaunti na serikali kuu ya Nairobi, kuhusiana na mustakabali wa makubaliano kati ya serikali kuu na serikali ya kaunti ya jiji la Nairobi, ningeunga na ninaunga mkono kikamilifu yale ambayo kamati imeweza kuibua kuhusiana na makubaliano ambayo waliweza kuafikiana na serikali kubwa. Hii ni ishara tosha kwamba kamati hii ya ugatuzi inaelewa majukumu ya serikali ya kaunti na kwamba yote ambayo ameeleza kwa kina ni kuhakikisha kwamba ugatuzi na mamlaka ya kigatuzi yanalindwa kwa udi na uvumba ili wakaaji wa jiji la Nairobi waweze kufurahia. Vile vile ameweza kutaja tu kwa kifupi, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwamba wanakamati walijitolea muhanga kulipa jambo hili umakinifu wa kutosha, na akataja vile vile watumishi wa serikali ambao walitenga vile vile muda wao kukutana na wao na kuhakikisha kwamba mambo yanawekwa kinagaubaga. Sina mengi ya kusema, lakini kwa sababu mambo haya yamo katika kumbukumbu ya bunge na yamo katika kamati ama katika jalada ya maelekezo ya kamati chini ya mwenyekiti, ningependa kuunga mkono na nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika. Asante.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the cooperation agreement between the national government and the Nairobi City County government, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 15th July 2026. I now open the floor for debate. I start with the Senator Chalage Samson.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Committee of Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations for speedy tabling of this report. I think on this matter, the committee has been very effective and efficient. Mr. Speaker, I'll just make a few comments. I understand where the committee is in terms of whether this was under Article 189, Mr. Speaker, on cooperation between national and county governments, or whether they were transfer of functions under Article 187. Mr. Speaker, I've read the committee report, Mr. Speaker, and we know Nairobi is struggling with many challenges. You and me know that. Because by default, we are residents of Nairobi City County. The fact that, and the learner should understand that despite that we come from different counties, most of us work and live in Nairobi because the Senate prisons or Parliament prisons is where our work is. And we cannot operate on a monkey principle. Hear nothing, see nothing, say nothing about Nairobi City County. Because Nairobi City County is struggling. The Nairobi City County government and the governor had proposed in 2022 that it will work. But it looks like I work, Mr. Speaker, because whenever you drive around, and I understand where the national government is coming from, whenever you drive around the city, whether on official matters, whether during official hours or non-official working hours, Mr. Speaker, you will see how dirty the city is. The garbage is all over. In most of our estates, the street lighting is not working. The roads are in poor condition, even within the city. Dilapidated and poor conditions. Mr. Speaker, the soft underbelly of Nairobi City County is normally exposed, especially when there are floods in this city. And there were projections that we might have El Nino rains in this country. And you saw during the unexpected floods, flash floods in the city, we lost Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, and we continue to condole and empathize with them because of the poor drainage network in this country. I have seen the tired argument by Nairobi City County and the governor that Nairobi is built on a swamp. Mr. Speaker, that argument is a fallacious argument that you should only be told to the birds, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, if you read the book called, and I know Senator Omogeni might have done that, or Senator Kajwang, A Man of the People. There is what we call Chief Nanga and Odili, the story of Chief Nanga and Odili, Mr. Speaker, on the Man of the People, where in that, the setup of that story is that everything was right. And you remember the story of Chief Nanga in A Man of the People, where he said everything was right, and he commended the president in that context that he was the controller of the moon and the sun, because although the Chief Odili in A Man of the People are arguing that, Mr. Speaker, that there were many challenges. So it's equated to Nairobi. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree Nairobi has challenges, even in revenue collection, but we are lucky enough, myself and Senator, my chair, the distinguished Senator of Homa Bay, ranking member, that even in their own source revenue, they are missing target. The CRA projected that Nairobi should be collecting 63 billion, but they are only collecting 13 billion because of the many leakages. Mr. Speaker, the street lining, the roads, the garbage collection. And I understand because even the seat of government is in this city. The seat of presidency, both three arms of government, Mr. Speaker, which you lead, the parliament arm of government, the judiciary, the executive led by His Excellency the President. And if we have the vision of 2060, where President William Ruto is taking us to Singapore via Canaan, we must ensure we change the face of Nairobi City County. And by the way, this was the vision of Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. May his soul rest in peace, Mr. Speaker. And I know we are almost celebrating his anniversary. Mr. Speaker, we want when people come to visit Talanta, Raila Odinga Talanta Stadium in Ngong Road, they should be proud of it, Mr. Speaker. That is the vision that the president is talking about, 2060. If we want to achieve the vision 2060 as envisaged by the president, because the president is thinking about future generations, the prosperity of this country, unlike the disunited opposition who are thinking about the next election, they are talking about they don't have an agenda, Mr. Speaker. We must ensure Nairobi is brought to order, Mr. Speaker, because Nairobi is the face of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when you learn in JKIA, and I'm happy there is going to be a new construction of 200 billion plus new airport, because when you land to Nairobi after traveling to Dubai International Airport, I'm told they are doing a new one, Mr. Speaker. When you travel to other airports like Jackson Hartsfield, is it Hartsfield in Atlanta? When you travel to Amsterdam, although that one is a bit old, Heathrow, among other international airports, when you land in JKI, Mr. Speaker, you are landing on a kiosk somewhere in Africa. So we must, even as we transform JKI, we transform the roads. This is the face of Kenya and Africa. Most people equate Kenya to Africa, Mr. Speaker. So Nairobi must be in the conversation of Vision 2060 on how we can transform Nairobi to be a good. Mr. Speaker, I know as protectors of devolution, if I say this, many people will find it discomfort, Mr. Speaker. Because even I think in the promulgation of this constitution, Nairobi City County should not have been a county. It should have been a metropolitan service being run by the national government. Because we have also international offices like United Nations headquarters in Gigiri, Mr. Speaker. This is a very strategic county or a city that should not be allowed to be run by individuals who don't have a vision of where Nairobi should be. Mr. Speaker, the issue of traffic gridlock, Mr. Speaker, we must agree that there are challenges in Nairobi City County. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the committee report that looking at the factors, because the president had proposed, because a reading of Article 189, there is a collaboration that is provided by Constitutional 2010, reading as section, I think section 6 up to section 9 on Urban and Cities Act, the law allows there should be a cooperation in terms of running over urban city, Mr. Speaker. You have to appreciate the issue of gridlock. The traffic management in this city is becoming a problem, Mr. Speaker, especially with the constructions that are happening of roads here in Valley Road, the one that is coming through Bunyala Road, Mr. Speaker, is still a big challenge, and even across the city, be it in estates and many others. So, Mr. Speaker, what Article 189 provided was the collaboration, and I think the commitment of His Excellency the President of 80 billion to assist in the running of Nairobi City was not an idle or in vain. Mr. Speaker, I know the committee has proposed a suspension of the implementation of that collaboration. I know there are many gray areas that the committee has pointed, like who will oversight, and I want to agree with them. In fact, the Prime Cabinet Secretary should also recommend that the 80 billion should be given as a conditional allocation to Nairobi City County. For two reasons, Mr. Speaker. One, to allow under Article 229 the proper audit by the Office of the Auditor General. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, to allow proper oversight, Mr. Speaker, because we only deal with two-term. So we want to ensure that, one, the OAG can look at the audit, because you can audit that money that belongs to the public when it is given as a conditional allocation and will pass as a Senate or as a Parliament. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is also to allow Nairobi City County Assembly to oversight the use of that money. And even the Senate through the Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker. So that is the whole lesson, so that we have sight of the money being allocated. Because now the 80 billion being allocated by national government, does the Constitution under Article 96 allow the National Assembly to oversight the 80 billion given to county? It will not be very neat, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with the committee that on those, based on those arguments, I agree with them that the implementation of this collaboration framework, not to undermine it, not to object it, not to block it, but to give chance to the parties to give us a legal framework. If today the president, and I want to say this with a lot of reminders, and the Prime Cabinet Secretary, if today they bring an amendment to Conditional Allocations Act, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you we'll use 159 of Eliud Kipchoge to pass that in conditional allocation. Because we know Nairobi has so many problems that the current county governor and county government cannot fix, that the president has tried to intervene. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that let us suspend so that we have clarity on how these matters shall be done. And I wish the Nairobi City Senator would have been here so that we can also get a perspective on the oversight aspect, Mr. Speaker. But nowadays, since he is busy campaigning for the higher offices, he might not be very keen on Nairobi matters. But since Senator Kajwang is here, he will give us a different perspective. Mr. Speaker, the third point I wanted to make is on the issue of security in the city. Mr. Speaker, you saw some parts of this city, somebody walking into a saloon and attacking women and stealing women from Chama. In fact, those thugs, and I saw he was a man. I'm not saying men are thugs or robbers, but they should be ashamed. How do you rob a woman? They should be ashamed, Mr. Speaker, those robbers. How do you rob a woman? Women are supposed to kupigwa na leso. They are supposed, Mr. Speaker, men are supposed to be providers. How do you go and take Chama money? The silk money that women are sitting to divide, 50,000 only, you go and threaten them with a robber went and threatened and, and took the money away. That shows that there is laxity in security. And therefore, looking at the National Police Service Act, and I've read the National Service Police Act, Article 245, Mr. Speaker, on this I disagree with the committee because the Inspector General of Police have power to form the units. Because I have seen, Mr. Speaker, you saw the village elders were accompanied by assistant chiefs and chiefs, Mr. Speaker. Are you aware your area assistant chief has been given Ngapu as Karikanga, National Government Administration Police Unit, that are now working around with the chiefs and assistant chiefs and ensure they fight the issues of Changa in the village or illicit brew, issues of insecurity, the issues of Nyumba Kumi, arresting people who are sleeping with other people's wives, the people who are domestic adulterers. Mr. Speaker, that Ngapu has been created and assigned to the chief officers. You remember anti-stock theft unit also has been formed. You remember the diplomatic police unit has been formed. So the formation of Nairobi Metropolitan Police Service will assist in management of security of this city, Mr. Speaker. You have seen in situations nowadays you can make a phone call. There are robbers who are professional using motorbike rides. In fact, when I boarded a matatu, Mr. Speaker, when I was boarding a matatu here in town, Mr. Speaker, and I boarded, you are being warned. When you approach Uhuru Highway, you are being warned, close the window. Because somebody will snatch your phone. Even I saw in Roysambu, these people are daring. They snatch a phone from a traffic police officer. How can you steal from a police? Mr. Speaker, that is interesting. How daring are these robbers nowadays? How do you steal from a police, Mr. Speaker? It is like throwing a stone into a police station, Mr. Speaker. I was shocked that the police officer, nowadays, you are even calling as you walk. You are advised not to hold your phone because the riders who are robbers are taking advantage, Mr. Speaker. These security lapses, Mr. Speaker, even here in Uhuru Park, here in the green terminus, this green terminus where the underground will be done has now been turned to the den of thieves and criminals here in Green Park. This terminal that was constructed next to interchange of here Expressway and Uhuru Park, Mr. Speaker. Here in Green Terminal, the criminals are there. Mr. Speaker, we need a unit that will ensure that we have Nairobi Metropolitan Police Unit that will deal with insecurity in this country, in this Nairobi City County, Mr. Speaker. Because this is a city where we welcome tourists. We welcome both local and international. And Mr. Speaker, you and myself have been referred to the rural senators. When our people come to see us in our offices, Mr. Speaker, they need to ensure that we receive that protection and ensure. So the Inspector General of Police, under Article 245 and under National Police Service Act, they have a right. And I want to respectfully disagree with the committee that they should have allowed that we have in place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fourth point on public participation, I agree that the public participation was done, but I hope the committee will go further because Article 10 provides for public participation. We want the people of Nairobi. You know, public participation, Mr. Speaker, is one of the ingredients. And I remember the case of 2013 in Kiambu matter, where they must be approved. And I want to believe and agree with the committee that they need to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, the public participation should have been done so that we can get the mind of Nairobians and ensure that we protect Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, on the issue that has been raised within 60 days, that adoption of this report, I hope the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the County Governor of Nairobi, the County Senator of Nairobi, the County Assembly of Nairobi, the Senate will and should be involved in the issue of ensuring this collaboration. This is under Article 189. I want to disabuse the media reporting. And Mr. Speaker, I think I don't know whether we are abusing Article 34 and 35 on right to information and media freedom. Because I've seen media just misreport. I don't know why they like. Mr. Speaker, we need to be careful. And the delegation of Homa Bay should be aware that there is a lot of misinformation, disinformation, fake news, Mr. Speaker. This was under Article 189 on cooperation between national and county government. It was not Article 187 on transfer of functions. There was never a transfer deed between the county government of Nairobi and the county and the national government of the Republic of Kenya. It was never there, Mr. Speaker. So the fact that should come out strongly, so that as the oversights, and I want to appeal to the devolution committee to be on the lookout, so that when this issue is brought again, they should give us a green light as the Senate and assure us that particular standards has been followed before this cooperation. Let us ensure the Senate participates. Let us ensure Nairobi City County Assembly participates. Let us ensure Nairobi City County Executive participates. Nairobi Senator participates, Mr. Speaker, so that we can ensure this collaboration is for the betterment and enhancement of service delivery for the people of Nairobi. We want a cleaner city. We want good roads. We want water. We want proper sewerage and sanitation in Nairobi. We want to ensure that Nairobi works for the betterment of this country, Mr. Speaker, and also it is in the interest of all of us that will ensure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, I beg to support up to the extent that the committee will convince us further why they have suspended this collaboration. But if they, and I want to appeal to the PCS, Mr. Speaker, if the next 10 days or 5 days, if they can rectify what the Committee of Devolution has proposed, the Senate will not have a problem but to support, because we want that 80 billion to be given and ensure functionality of Nairobi City County. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to support the report of the devolution and intergovernmental relations. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I yield back the mic.
Thank you. Next is Senator Kajwang Moses.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the recommendation of the Devolution Committee. When you look at the function of the Senate, one of the most important committees in this House is the Devolution Committee. In fact, it has a mandate over everything that every other committee does. It is a committee that is supposed to confirm and report back to the House whether devolution is working as envisaged in the Constitution. I have had the privilege of chairing this committee, and so, Mr. Speaker, I take it seriously when the committee brings a recommendation of this nature. It is not a light recommendation politically, but we are not here just for the politics. We are here for the nation called Kenya. We are here to do the things that are required under the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Nairobi needs help. Everybody knows and everybody acknowledges that Nairobi needs help. Nairobi has a serious structural problem. And I've said it before on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, and I still hold that view, that even if I was the governor of Nairobi, my chances of success would be very slim, looking at the structural challenges and the financial gaps that Nairobi City currently has. But for us to give Nairobi help, we need to do it within the parameters of the Constitution and the parameters of relevant statute. The Devolution Committee has noted that, yes, it is important for there to be cooperation between the national and county government as required under Article 187. Indeed, the Constitution even allows transfer of functions as provided for, though transfer is Article 187 and cooperation is Article 189. Mr. Speaker, this Senate has been called upon in the past to consider these matters. In the last Parliament, there was a memorandum of agreement between the national and county government of Nairobi pursuant to Article 187, to transfer various functions from Nairobi City County